Okay. Hello everyone, this is Tessa. Welcome back to my channel. Today is Saturday and kind of a weird day. My daughter texted that there was something wrong with the baby. She was at the hospital, so we were waiting all day to find out. And when she comes, she finally tells us what it is. And of course, she's using medical jargon. She's a nurse, so she didn't think anything of it. So my other daughter gets on and she gets mad. She goes, "Would you tell us in, plain old English what you're talking about?" So then my grandson, the nurse's other son, her oldest son, that comes on and puts an explanation. I guess they went, online and found an explanation and copy pasted it into the text. And so my daughter's like, "Well, fine. Why couldn't you just say that in the first place?" And so we kind of had a little tussle there, back and forth, because, we were kind of worried, but we didn't know what she meant. And she wasn't letting on one way or the other what it was. She just gave a medical term. That means nothing to us. Which the good thing is they can't do anything much about it, but it's not hurting them, and it'll probably be with him the rest of his life because he developed it later. If he had been under 1 year old, it probably would have gone away on its own. But because he's over a year, a little over a year, it's not much over a year. But they said it probably won't go away. And so it's like, okay, great. So, we spent all day waiting to hear what's wrong with this baby. She just nonchalantly comes on and tells us all in medical terms. Like, explain it. We're not medical people. We don't know what the heck you're talking about. Is he all right? I mean, what's going on? So she was getting mad because they, were telling her to explain herself. I don't know why she couldn't think of this in the first place. She knows none of us are medical people. I guess she's just so used to talking in medical terms at work all the time that it doesn't dawn on her that maybe somebody else may not understand what she's talking about. So during this whole thing, I'm trying to sleep, and the whole time the text is beep beep. It's just more people, saying, "Oh, I hope he's okay. What's going on?" Blah, blah, back and forth. And I'm like waiting. I was like, "Please, I just want to get some sleep here. Let us know what's wrong." So, I'm tired. He's okay. I ain't playing nothing, really. Really serious, and something they said probably won't hurt him. Probably. I love that one. They don't really know for sure. They're just going by, you know, the definition is it probably isn't hurt. It's nice to know it probably isn't hurt. But so I lost a lot of the notes I made yesterday. Somewhere they just seemed to have gotten up and walked away. And when I tried to go back to the website to find them information, I can't find the websites. I'm like, what is going on here? It's not the first time this has happened either. So the information I look for, can't find. The websites I looked up, can't find. It just makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. They gotta be here. Where else would they be? That I'll be darned if I can find them. And I have such a mess. It isn't helping. I've almost made it. I'm almost to the point of making a decision what her occupation is going to be. I figure out one more job and how much she makes there as to what I can make job number one. And actually, from what I can see, she could make more in a fine restaurant as a waitress than as a nurse in the hospital. Even though the nurse is her number one job. From what I'm reading about fine dining, fine restaurants, they make more per hour than these. Because in most restaurant, diner type things that I've worked in, the maximum pay per hour is less than $2 per hour because and you depend on tips. But they say in the fine dining, you actually get $13.14 an hour. Hi, Jen. Plus $200 a day for tips. She makes more if she were to be a waitress than the nurse. Like, man, I got this backwards. She should be a full-time waitress and a part-time nurse. And you look at the numbers that I'm finding, I'm talking fine dining. This is, you know, fancy restaurant, not just a diner. Those get less than $2 an hour. Very little in tips. You don't make much at all. So that job is nothing. That pays hardly anything. I've been on waitress a few times in my life, and it's a lot of work for very little money. But in fine dining, it's a little bit different, and you actually have to have experience either as an actual chef and going through, a school for being a chef, or lots of experience waitressing. And I was amazed. It's like I never thought about it because obviously didn't waitress in a fine dining institute. The officers club in the military didn't qualify as fine dining. They were cheap as hell, and the officers didn't feel needed to tip us. We did a lot of work for very little money, and they even management tried putting up there a sign up there, which did absolutely no good because officers don't care. They're better than everybody. How are you today, Jen? Mm. Oh, good grief. I have to get up early tomorrow. I can't sleep tomorrow. Well, early as in 12 o'clock. That's early for me. Mm. Like I said, I still have to make a decision. I got most of what I need to make sense, to make my decision. Well, you're much more cool. Friday nights are brutal after working all day. uh, what you said that you were painting and writing. Art? No, art and writing. What in order were you doing? That was so brutal. uh, Sounded like you got dragged into some kind of fracas or something. He was up earlier, and because my phone won't stop ringing. And I had talked to McAfee already because I got an alert that my phone number is on the dark web. And they said the only thing it's really going to do is cause a lot more spam. And it's like, she says, well, make sure you're on the do not call list. I've been on the do not call list. It doesn't do anything. These people auto dial, go on to another number. They don't use their own numbers. You can't stop them. So now my number's out there as an actual number. They know it's a number. And I am getting so much junk. I got a lot of sexual junk mail this morning. Junk mail. Texts. They were texting me videos. They were texting me pictures. They were sending me, calling me. This was going on nonstop. This is Saturday. Normally things slow down. And now that my number is out there on the dark web, it's like everybody and their brother is using it for, I guess giggles, because do they really think people are going to respond to this stuff? I thought I was seeing things wrong when I started reading the text. I'm like, whoa. And then the picture pops up and I'm like, whoa. And there's a link to a video to see more. I'm like, no, thank you. So I'm going to have to start turning the phone. Not that I hate doing it, but I'm going to have to start turning the phone off if I want to get any sleep. Which means somebody will get a hold of me at all because I'm not even awake at night. Even with caffeine, you're exhausted during the week. Yeah, well, I don't even get caffeine, and I never found caffeine to be particularly stimulating. When I was drinking it nonstop in soda, that's, it's only caffeine. And I get a little bit of, I would get addicted to it to enough that I'd have to come off of it. It would take a week or so of headaches and stuff before, I'd get away. Well, I've gotten the dark web warning from McAfee that my phone number was on the web, on the dark web. And there was a phone number, so I called. And she said, well, it doesn't mean your identity has been stolen, even though hi, BA, my phone number is associated to a person, another person. So they have somebody's name and address on there. She said that has nothing, it could have been a typo, it could have been anything. But the point is, the phone number itself is actually on the dark web. And so she says, what it means is you're just going to get more spam. And I'm like, more? Like, that's all I get all day long. And yeah, more. And it has been, the last couple of days have been outrageous. It's just nonstop. If it starts ringing now, I'll have to start turning the phone off. This morning it was active. I mean, they were sending me crap like crazy. Between the phone calls and and now the text messages, and they send you pictures. Lovely, just what I wanted. So, BA says, clean, right, or just be lazy. Right or be lazy, cleaning is boring. Hey, you got a point there. Just telling her how my phone number, according to McAfee, my phone number is now on the dark web. It got the warning the other day, and when I called them and talked to them about it, they said it means more spam on your phone. So that's basically the only thing it's really going to do. The fact that it's out there, it's a confirmed phone number. I'm like, You got to be kidding me. More spam? How can it be more spam? That's all I do all day long is listen to that phone ringing, and it's spam. I can't even answer my phone anymore. And even if it has my family and friends, people I know contact on there, they spoof those numbers, and it comes up as being a call from John. Oh, it's John. Pick up the phone, and I get some kind of, whether it's a sexual mail, because that's the new thing, or somebody trying to scam me for money, or whatever. You think it's somebody you know, so you answer it. So they're getting around that by they're spoofing real people's numbers, and they figure if they use people's numbers, you're more likely to pick it up. Because I get a lot of wireless calls with no name, so those I'm almost positively probably not going to answer. But the ones that come in with somebody's name on it, it's like, do I answer it or don't I? Now, if it's somebody's name I really know, okay, I'm going to answer it. But it could still be spoofed, still be a spoofed number. Because this happened to my son. He 15 or so years ago. He goes, Mom, you're not going to believe what just happened to me. I answered the phone because it said it was Kelly. He didn't want to talk to Kelly, but he had business with Kelly, so he had to talk to Kelly. So he answered the phone because he had to deal with Kelly. It wasn't Kelly. It was a debt collector. So he says, how did you get her phone number? How did you do that? He said, oh, there's ways. And that was before it became well known about the spoofing thing. He had them, they called using her. They knew she was related to him, so they just did that. They just used her name to get him to answer the phone because he wouldn't answer it. And now they use it just to scam and whatever. So let's see. Jen says, I listened to a podcast on the dark web and it was terrifying. I guess I'm not surprised by the content that you're getting. Well, I knew about that it was out there, but I didn't realize what I was about to get bombarded with. Let's put it that way. And let's say I go through the hassle, and I mean hassle, of changing my phone number. Who's to say I'm not going to get somebody else's that's on the dark web and get the same thing all over again? Plus all the phone calls to the people calling that number who know that number, and think that they're calling the person who had that number. Because when you change numbers, you get somebody else's number. They only wait X amount of time, and then they give you somebody's, they don't have so many existing numbers. So you're going to get somebody's number that's already, been used. Unless you luck out and get somebody who didn't get many phone calls. And I don't want to change my number. I've had this number for over 20 years. I don't want to change my phone number now. Every business I deal with has my phone number. Because I don't have a home phone. I have one, but I don't use it. And it rings nonstop too. And I found out that number got associated on that. The other warning was that my home phone number is now associated with that phone number. So they call both phones nonstop. They both ring continuously. I don't even answer the other phone because I gave nobody that number. So anybody calling on that does not need to talk to me. Well, there's that problem too. I get that all the time too. They get the area code and the first three numbers, and they use those thinking it's local. But nowadays, you can move across the country and take your phone with you. So if I move to California, I could still have a New Jersey phone because I take my number with me because they're portable now. So I don't even bother. If it says the same, local number as mine, I won't answer it. I know it's not anybody I know. Because the people that had the same 3 digits as I did in my family no longer have that phone. So I'm the only one with that three digits. So I know it's somebody. And now I'm getting treated to the sex calls, so we get that added to the fun. As if it wasn't bad enough being scammed by scammers, I have to deal with the people with the sex calls. I'm like, I can't believe this. So, yeah. It's like, just not going to answer my phone. You just have to call and leave me a message and I'll call you back because I won't be able to answer it soon. I can't deal with this going on. You just have to check it out every now and then. Leave a message if you're quit. Don't text me because I don't get text either. Because the one I got this morning, man. Because now they can send that stuff through text. They send you a video, they send you a picture as a preview, and of course a lot of dirty talk. That was so much fun to wake up to this morning. And I was already grumpy and tired and had to deal with that. Not a happy camper. And they said there's not much I can do about it. She says, but make sure you're filed with the do not gov. I said, look, I am. It hasn't stopped anything. And how does it stop anything anyhow? These people don't look there. They got an audit dialer that dials the numbers. They don't care what's on the do not call number. Only a legitimate company would look at that. Well, I always used to answer my phone because I hated calling people back. But it's getting to the point now where the amount of people calling me is so small, most of the calls are crap, basically. And now that they've added this new little flavor to the thing, great. Now I get subjected to sexual pornography. Couldn't believe it. And they don't care if you answer or not, really. I doubt they even care. They just want to get it out there, hoping somebody will click on it. BA. Your internet is going in and out. Oh, crap. You probably missed most of what we were just talking about then. In case you missed it, my phone number got on the dark web. Yay! No, yay. Now I'm getting sexual pornography phone calls and text with videos. Oh, God. Pictures. It's crazy. And I'm stuck. And if I went through the hassle of changing my whole phone number to find out I got somebody else's who's gone through the same thing, that would just be double suck. Might as well keep my same sucky number and just not answer the phone ever. Just tell people, you're going to have to leave a message. Sorry. Don't answer the phone no more. Can't answer it. You have to turn it off. Don't even want to hear it because it rings constantly. And I have it up high because I'm, hard of hearing. So the tone is pretty loud. But then I use it for my alarm clock. So if I don't have it on, the alarm clock's not going to ring. I don't think. I don't know much about these phones. I don't know if I put it on, what is it, airplane mode? I know there's a mode you can put it on. It only lets the phone's numbers that show up as contacts ring through. Though the calls I get a lot of automatic calls, like my Humana for my prescriptions. They're, um, they consider it a robocall. But they call and say, your order X blah 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 was just shipped. Look for it in 3 to 5 business days, and they send them, and those are considered robocalls. And a lot of that gets blocked because I have things on my cell phone that block certain numbers they know are scam. So I get a lot of phone calls. I'm getting a lot of phone calls I hear. And I get a lot of phone calls I don't hear because they silence the ones that they have determined are spam and don't even, they'll send them to voicemail. But if they don't leave a voicemail. They just hang up. So I don't know what to do at this point. I mean, everybody's phone number is subject to that kind of situation. I've had a couple of them said my username and password were found for some of the websites I tried using before a long time ago. I'm going to have to do that. The problem is they can also spoof numbers that you think you know. So if they happen to spoof a number that is in your contact list, it'll come up as that person, even though it's not that person. So you can still get caught. Well, that's what I'm finding over the last couple of weeks. I've been answering the phone less and less. That doesn't go to voicemail because they don't leave a message. So it obviously wasn't important. Yes, because it was important they'd be leaving a message. It's just hard because if I don't answer my phone and it turns out to be one of my kids, they freak out totally because they think something happened to me for sure if I don't return the phone call. And we've had instances of being caught up with them using, when they spoof, they use a number So it's in your comments. I mean, it's in your contacts. So it comes up and you think it's them. Because if they use a number that's in your contacts, it comes up with whatever you have in your contacts. Because they did that to my son, like I was telling her about 15 or so years ago, before they really got into this thing. And it was a debt collector, and he refused to answer the phone. So they put his girlfriend's name on there. And so, well, ex-girlfriend. And he goes, I needed to deal with her for something, so I had to answer the phone and found out it was the debt collector. He's like, how did you do that? You said, the phone said it was Kelly. He says, well, we knew you knew Kelly and would answer the phone. So they just found her number and put her number on there. They had technology even back then, but now it's ridiculous, the technology. And the amount of, that's all people do. Don't they have anything else to do than to call people? And now I'm getting pornographic stuff. It's bad enough I get that on my computer. There's a lot of that in there. But now there's a lot of it on my cell phone, too. Oh, goody. If I dealt with pornography, I'd be in pornography heaven. I was half asleep this morning when that text message came in, and I'm looking at it, and I'm like, what? Who is this? And I'm reading it, and I realized it was, it was definitely pornographic in nature. And I'm like, whoa, like, who the heck is this? And then a picture comes up, and I'm like, oh my God. And I didn't dare, like, send, stop, or respond. I didn't want them to know, if they don't already know, that that's a valid number. Because sometimes they just send things to numbers hoping to hit on people. So I didn't say anything. I just rolled over and went back to sleep. But it's getting out of hand. Chad says, I think some cell companies have it where you can go in and have spam calls go right to voicemail. The phone doesn't even ring. Yeah, I have that turned on. So that's what I'm saying. I'm getting I would be getting even more phone calls if it wasn't for that particular service. If they think it's spam, it goes right to voicemail. They won't even ring the phone. And very rarely does anybody. Sometimes they get caught because they don't hang it up fast enough, and I'll get a voice message, and it'll be nothing. When I check it, it'll be nothing. I said, oh, it must have been something after all. There's a voicemail. Oh, no, they just didn't hang up soon enough. I have it turned on. I have it on, and they tell me when they block a call and when they send it. What do they consider it? High. It's high something spam call. They automatically do not let it ring. And then it'll give me a list of these numbers. And I'll see things like solar panels and such. Some of them are using business names. I still don't want those calls, but some of them may have been actual people trying to sell for a business. But there's a lot of them that are just wireless caller, or there'll be somebody's name because they're spoofing our names. They're taking your phone number and they're using it on other people's. Because I've gotten people call me. Why did you call me? I did not call you. I don't know who you are. I did not use my phone in the last couple of days. I didn't call you. Yes, you did. Your number came up on my thing. And then I have to explain to these people the way it works nowadays. And it has nothing to do with the fact that the person's name that comes up on the screen. They're not the ones calling you. They're spoofing you. And they're using somebody's phone number to get you to answer the freaking phone. I don't know how we stop this stuff. I don't know how we find it. Because phones are important to our life. But obviously there's some numbers that are considered high risk as spam, so they automatically silence them. And the other ones, they just mark them as possible spam and silence them and send them to voicemail. And then I get a list. Well, next time I turn on my phone, I get a list of all the phone calls that came through that they did that, to. I'm like, oh my God. And all the ones that actually rung through, combined with all the ones I didn't even get. And now it's going to get worse, according to McAfee. I'm like, oh boy. I mean, I wanted to just throw the thing through the window, I'm so fed up with the whole thing. Dealing with it. Just so annoying. I mean, when will they get the message? I mean, I'm sure they know people don't want these phone calls. It doesn't stop them. If people stop answering their phone, will it stop them? Half the time, I don't think they care if you answered or not. They're just trying to be annoying, not necessarily trying to sell you something. Not everybody. There's a lot of scam out there. I get them nonstop, and they use the same script. They say the exact same thing. I said, you know, people, I know your script. I've heard it so many times a day. Oh, you don't know what I'm calling you for. And now I'm getting medical specialist. Hi, my name is Tom, and I'm a medical specialist, and I'm here to help you. Yeah, Tom, right. Goodbye. They're trying to sell you something. They're trying to get your insurance card and send you some crap. Crap, as Medicare says. They will send you something. They will send you something. And they will bill us the highest possible price, you know, for that particular type of item. It won't be the item you get. You will get the piece of junk, but they will sell it to you. And we will be billed for the highest possible price so they make profit off of it. I found that out when I wasn't quite with it one day, and after talking to this person for a while, they wormed their way into my heart. Some people are, you know, able to talk their way into anything. And I got tricked. And afterwards I thought, oh my God, what did you just do? So I called Medicare, and they're like, yep. So as soon as you get the package, do not open it, send it back immediately, track it, make sure it goes back. And then I had to wait and change my Medicare number, and check every day, make sure nothing came through. Because if it comes through, they've already paid it, so they have to try and get the money back. Luckily, I didn't get caught, and I sent the package back immediately, unopened. I had written down the name of the company and everything at the time that it came from. I had the tracking number, like they said. I don't even know. I'm not even sure where it is at the moment. It might be the one that's sitting here. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. But I tracked the number, make sure it got returned, and somebody accepted it. So it was accepted. So there, you know, the tracking number, you know, and they changed my Medicare number. So now I'm so afraid, even when I make the phone call and know that I'm calling a certain company, when they ask me for my private information, I'm like, don't want to give them this. Wait a minute. You made the phone call. You can give them this. You know, it's like, because I have some people are so stupid. They call up and say, yeah, I need to verify your information. Can you give me your date of birth, please? I don't think so, no. Oh, well, I need to verify because I'm going to sign you up for our service, and I really need to verify your information. I'm like, no, I don't give my information out to people who call me, and I don't want your service. Thank you. Oh, sure, but you're going to need our service. You have whatever, insert whatever in blank, and you're going to need our service for sure, because the last one I had to call Medicare just to make sure. They called and told me that my company that gives me my diabetes supplies was no longer going to accept Medicare, and I needed to sign up with their service, so they needed my information. She goes, I don't know what insurance you had. If it might be Medicare, if it is, you know, but whatever it is, I'm going to need, you know, that to verify that number for our service. I'm like, I'm not giving you my number. I'm not giving you my information. I'm not signing up for your service. And Medicare is not going to stop taking my companies, they're not getting rid of that company. But I did call Medicare just to make sure. Medicare, because no, we would, if we were going to stop using a company, paying a company, we would tell you that we weren't accepting them anymore. We wouldn't. I said, well, I figured that, but she seemed pretty sure of herself that, I was going to be calling them back, wishing I had taken the service because I'm going to suddenly not have my diabetes supplies. And people sell these lists of your names. So I'm on a list for diabetes, and I'm on a list for being older, and I'm on a list for this and a list for that. And then they sell these lists because they make money off it. Ridiculous. Okay. Talked about my wounds long enough. And cell phones in general. I hate phones. I knew there was a reason why I hated phones. Now I know why I hate phones. Did we want to do a sprint? Are we ready to write? I'm depressed enough. I got to get food too. I didn't eat. Got up and came right out here. Oh gosh, what a day. So I still have to eat. So warm up some of my noodles from yesterday. Oh, okay, we do. Great. Timer. I moved it. Now I can't find it. All right, set up a 30-minute timer. I'm going to start in one, no, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I'm so flabbergasted right now. I don't even know how to count backwards. I was going to count the other way. uh, oh my gosh. Okay. Timer. There we go. Banner. Okay, there's the banners. Now I'm going to go get me some food, and then I'm going to start writing. I'm almost to the point of actually writing. Instead of all this stupid research. So I will be back shortly. Looks like we lost BA again. It's only one up there. Number one person. So it looks like we lost BA again. Okay. I finished eating. I did number crunching. Come to the conclusion that if she were to work in a fine dining restaurant only, she wouldn't have to work the nurse's job. She's gonna make enough in a few hour, days at the restaurant. So if she worked there full time, she probably wouldn't have to work the nurse's job at all, because the nurse's job does not pay as much as a fine dining restaurant pays. If she worked at a diner, she wouldn't make enough as a nurse and the diner to cover her expenses. So I'm either back to her being a doctor and working at a diner, her being a nurse, working at a restaurant, a fine dining restaurant, which makes a heck of a lot more than that nursing job. Change the whole story up and take her away from the nurse's job completely. That just screws my whole story up, because I have it set up as a two job. She works two jobs, and that's part of the whole story. So how did we do, Jen? And whoever else might be here. The number keeps going up and down, so I don't know how many people are here. And just don't know exactly what to do. I mean, she's killing herself at a job as a nurse, and she could go just work at the restaurant and make all the money she needed and work one job. I mean, the numbers are probably slightly exaggerated because, of course, it's not specific to an area. Might make a little less in an area where I'm at. Okay, well, good. Jen got 760. That's good. I haven't come any closer to making a decision, though, obviously. I got crunched all the numbers. But a nurse in a diner job isn't going to work. It won't pay what she needs to pay each month. A nurse in a fine dining job, she would have extra. Fine dining jobs, though, are hard because they require experience, and they require a lot more than just a diner job. And I planned on having the girl from the second story also work there as a waitress. Well, that isn't going to work because she's young. She doesn't have all that experience. Is probably not even old enough. She couldn't even serve the alcohol in the fine dining restaurant, which probably has an alcohol license. So, what to do, what to do, what to do. I didn't realize how much those fine dining restaurants bring in. Wow. She lives in the state of New Jersey. This is a fictional town I made up in the state of New Jersey. So we're not talking New York City. So some of these numbers might be a little bit screwed because, they give you averages of possible areas it might be. She's 40. The whole idea is she marries this guy and he plops a prenup on her saying, here's the rules. We get married, you pay half of our expenses, including the fact that I want a house on the beach and a sailboat. He doesn't have it now, but that's what he wants. She, like a lot of women, wants to marry this guy bad enough. Hell, they were married for 5 years. So she was 35 when they got married. So she's getting up in years. She wants a baby. She wants to be married. So she's like, I don't know. I don't make that much. And it means 2 jobs. So we have a 40-year-old nurse currently in my story working as at first I had her as an ER doctor and working in just a restaurant. But the beta readers weren't happy with that. They said they don't think she would need another job if she was an ER doctor, which is why I had to start crunching numbers. So yes, ER doctors make a lot more than nurses, but the 2 jobs are important to the story. So she needs to have the 2 jobs. Of course she shouldn't marry him with those demands. How many women are smart enough to not do that kind of stuff? How many of it? I mean, think about it. When you're in a position, you're 35 years old, you want a kid, you want to be married, and you've got nothing else in your horizon. And here's this guy that you've been with. Now she's his lover. She's been with him a long time. Long-time lovers. And she wants to be married because she fell in love with him. So she's in love. She's really, really in love. And his demand is, the only way we're getting married is if you pay half my expenses and I want these things and you have to sign this prenup and no children. Absolutely no children. I hate children. So she's, of course, wants children. And she's trying to talk him into children. He doesn't want children. No children. She signs the paper. She will pay this much per month of the expenses. And she has to get her own car, her own spending money and all that stuff. Plus, her half of the marital expenses. Home and he already told her he wants a home on the beach and a sail. So she knows it's going to be high, and she knows it's going to mean 2 jobs because she doesn't make that much. But she's in love with him. So she marries him, thinking that she could change his mind. So at first, no baby. This is really weighing on her, though. She really wants a baby. But she signed a paper, and if she gets pregnant or doesn't pay for her part of the expenses, then he's going to divorce her with nothing. She gets nothing. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, that's why I said, when people say they hate this guy, that's why they hate him. But she's in love with him. And she thinks that she can change him. Like all women do. Look how many women we get in that position. And they would do it because they think, well, they love him so much and they can change. And all women think they can change the men. They all think they can change a man. You can't change a man. But they think they can change a man. He's going to change for her. So she finally gets the marriage proposal with this prenup. And she, against everybody tells her, don't do it. She does it. Now she's upset because she's working 2 jobs. She's exhausted. She's sick now. Sick, mind you. Throwing up all the time. Sick. Been going on for weeks, month, whatever. Her experience was a long-term relationship with this married man. She knows the kind of person he is. If you've read the story, a lot of it is pretty well spelled out in the story. So they have a long-term relationship. It's great. She's his lover. He's generous, kind, fantastic. But he always talks about the wife, talks down about the wife, treats the wife terrible. Yeah, the one he has is current. And she knows all this stuff. But she fell in love. And a woman in love is blind. So she forgets all about the stuff that he's done. You have to read the story. I gave you a copy of it. Even though about some of it's about to change, I just don't know how. The whole idea is you're supposed to hate him. That comes through clear. As soon as somebody says, I hate somebody, I know who they're talking about. Yes. And so she thinks she can change the guy. Marries him. She's dead tired. She's sick all the time. And then she says, I don't want to tell you the whole story. But she says to her father, she goes, I think I'm pregnant. She goes, I stopped taking my birth control. Yes, I'm talking about the story I sent you. This is right in the very beginning of the book. Very, very beginning. And she says to her father, I think I'm pregnant. Remember, she's sick all the time. And he had absolutely said, absolutely no children. We get divorced. I cut you off. You get nothing. No alimony, no child support, nothing. Nothing from the house, the money you put toward the house, the bill, none of that. You get nothing. Because these are my wishes. And if you want to marry me, you have to marry. And she's madly in love with him. So she, like an idiot, against everybody's, everybody's telling her not to do this. She goes ahead and does it and marries this guy. Now she's stuck. So 40 years old, she wants a kid. So she stops taking birth control. And she gets pregnant. And so now she's like really confused because she goes, but what if he doesn't? She's just assumed that if she got pregnant and told him she was pregnant, he would accept it and everything would be fine. But now she's not so sure because she remembered about the prenup she signed. So she has to put in so much in salary-wise, hence the 2 jobs. But they seem to think that a doctor and side job as a waitress is too much. As a doctor, she should be able to handle it. Her expenses come out when I did a mock-up, of a beach house and a sailboat. That's not even all that's not even including vacations and everything else. She needs over $5,000 a month to bring in her part of the money. And so now she's telling her dad she thinks she's sick. She thinks she's pregnant because she stopped taking birth control because she wants a kid. She goes, obviously, if he's not going to give it to her, then she has to go elsewhere. But she doesn't know what to do. I don't want to tell you the whole story. There's no point in reading it if I tell you the whole story. But that's what she did. And so there's hints all through the thing. He doesn't pick up on it. She's always sick. She's constantly complaining that she's sick. He does not pick up on it. He's very arrogant, self-centered, selfish, and the whole thing. But she's truly in love with this guy. She really loves him. Even though they started out as just as lovers, she fell in love with him. And when his first wife divorced him because of all the women in his life, and she knew about the women, she was one of them, and there were other women. I mean, he likes more than one woman. One woman's not enough for him. So he has more than one girl. And she knows this. And she knows as his wife, he didn't stop doing that. So she's trying to get her father to find out. Her father is now investigating to see if there's other women involved. But she's pretty sure he probably has a girlfriend. She wants to know. She doesn't know what to do. You think she should tell him to go screw, have a kid on her own, live happily ever after. Well, there's always the hopes that that could happen. But would it happen? Who knows? But, yeah, you'll have to read it. So, you know, the father's busy trying to find out if there's other women involved. But she knows his history. She's been with him a long time. But they were lovers, and lovers are different from married couples, believe me. You treat your lover a lot different than you treat your wife. So she thought things were going to be like they were when they were lovers. No. He was looking for a wife to do, you know, just the wifely stuff. And he still had his girlfriends on the side. Only now she wasn't the one. Because she was his wife now. Yeah, it's a book. A book that's partially true. There is a guy that's somewhat like him. And I knew him a long time. I never married him. But I know that's what would end up happening if that scenario were to happen. Because that's the way he is. And I can see it now that we're no longer together. But at the time, you know, even though he would tell me all these things that he did to his wife, he didn't do that to me. We didn't have that kind of relationship. But we were lovers, not husband and wife. And there's a whole different thing there. So this book is written mostly fiction, but it's based on something partially true. I would like to think I wouldn't do it either, but I did. Like I said, the story is partially true. Only partial. No, he did leave, the man I'm talking about did leave his first wife. Though she left him. She said, I want a divorce. He says, you want a divorce? Go get it, because I'm not doing anything about it, because I really don't give a damn one way or the other. So he told me all this stuff. And so she went and got a divorce. So the first wife left. And he marries this girl he knew. Now, I don't know if his current wife, the one I'm talking about in real life, I don't know if his current wife knows about his extracurricular activities, if she was part of them at one point. He never exactly told me how he met her, so I don't know exactly the whole story on that. You knew what a tool your first husband was before you got married, being a close friend of his, yet I still did it, and guess what? He didn't change. Yes, see, that's the whole idea. That's what I'm trying to tell you. She thought she could change him, just like every woman thinks they can change the man. It's the universal story. Woman thinks she can change the man. They can't change the man. The man is who he is. There is no changing him. And if he treats first wife not something, he's going to treat second wife the same way. She should have known this being the first girlfriend, that he was going. And so she knows there's probably girlfriends out there. So that starts the story out. And she's got her dad, who's, he was in the military and special ops. And so he's busy spying, trying to find out if there's other women involved. But in the meantime, in the beginning of the story, I didn't notice that my aide was pregnant, and she was right in front of me going, oh God, she's always sick and her back is hurting and she's getting tired. I didn't notice that it didn't even dawn on me that she was pregnant. So I can't say that necessarily anybody would just automatically assume because she's suddenly sick all the time that she's pregnant. And she's 40. So it's becoming normal now. I mean, my daughter had a kid at 41, so it's normal now. But, at one point, a 40-year-old wouldn't be having a kid, so you wouldn't be expecting a pregnancy. But she's complaining about being sick. And then she confides to her father that she stopped taking birth control pills. And she says, I know what that means. She goes, I could be out on my ass with nothing because I signed that paperwork, which everybody warned her about. And so, she did it anyhow because she wanted a kid. So she's going to, wants to raise the kid on her own. So she's asking her dad if he thinks that him and her mother would help her because she's not going to have anything most likely. So that's the beginning of the story. You need to read it if you want to see what happens. Some of it's going to change. I already got, like I said, stuff for the beta readers. I need to change things. She has to have 2 jobs, though. It's woven through everything. That's why she's so tired, and she's working more than normal. And, he's living a life of leisure. He has his business. He's home at night waiting for her to come home from work and cook him dinner. He's lazy. Doesn't cook himself. He's waiting for her. And she finally gets to the point and says, okay, I've had enough of this. She goes, I'm sick. I don't feel good. And she didn't tell him she was pregnant. She just says, I don't feel well. You want to eat, cook your own meal. I'm not doing it. I've had enough. I'm done. Not done. She didn't tell him she wasn't working anymore. She just said she was feeling sick and she wasn't cooking him dinner that night. I really do. Like I said, I either need to stop sleeping or add more hours to my time. Yeah. The thing is, this guy, I was close to him. Very close. Can't get much closer other than being his wife. And that I wasn't. However, it took me years of not being together anymore to realize he really was a jerk. And, I knew the way he treated his wife. And I knew that he treated me a lot nicer. But if I stupidly, like her, fell in love with the guy, all I wanted to do was marry him. I knew what kind of person he was. And when I was being sensible, the sensible part of me said, he would do the same thing to you. So why would you want to do that? He's not going to change. That is how he is. He went through one wife. He's on the second one. And he's already doing the same stuff already with you. Why would he be any different? Which is kind of the moral of this story. He's not going to change necessarily. They usually don't. But we're talking about a book here. So, even though it's a murder story, there's happy endings in books. So, you know, there's, you know, it's crazy. I know it's crazy, but the thing is, it's based in reality. But I didn't marry him. We never got that far. He said, when we met, that I'm not leaving my wife. And I said, fine, because I was married too. I had an open marriage. He was cheating. I had an open marriage. I said, I'm not going to cheat. So I told my husband, we're going to have an open marriage. Go do what you want to do. Whatever you want to do, I don't care. Because I didn't want anything to do with my ex-husband. And I thought there was something wrong with me. So I went and found a man. And the married man was perfect because no expectation. However, I got divorced not too long after that. Didn't work out the way I thought it would work out. I figured, well, this guy's going to dump me because now all of a sudden I'm free and I'm going to pester him to marry me, which I didn't do. And yes, it was on my mind, and that's what I wanted. So this story is kind of woven between real facts and fiction. I'm so exhausted, you know. I sleep, but it's like I don't sleep. I mean, technically, I'm sleeping more hours than I need to, but I'm on so many drugs that I'm always tired. And I'm dragging. And this BiPAP machine is like doing nothing for me because I wake up and I'm just as tired as when I went to sleep. And all I want to do is go back to bed. Ridiculous. Eventually, I'll get to a point and I'll wake up and I'll say, okay, I finally woke up. I only been up a couple hours. 5 o'clock. I haven't even been up 2 hours yet. So, but yeah, you need to read the story. If you want to see what happens, you need to read the story. It's going to change though, because like I said, I got a lot of different things from the different beta readers. They all had different ideas. But the main consensus was this job thing. That if she was an ER doctor, she shouldn't have to work 2 jobs. And as an ER doctor, I think they're right. So I made her a nurse. And then I find out that if she works at a fine dining restaurant instead of a diner, she can make more, way more. She make more in the restaurant than as a nurse. They say the average fine restaurant, they pay them $7.14 an hour. I don't know how many years ago this was. It doesn't give the actual year. I'm not going to change everything. But the main consensus, and they had a point. That's why I'm doing the research to see what I want to do. What I want to do about that. Do I change it or leave it the way it is? Well, that's what I'm trying. See, the whole thing is I need to since I decided to make this a series, I have to use. I was going to use the restaurant to bring in the characters from my planned second story. However, fine dining restaurants require a lot of experience, so I couldn't bring the young girl in. I could bring the mother in, but I couldn't bring the young girl in because she wouldn't have been able to have, obviously, experience. She's only, 19, 20 years old. You have to have quite a few years of experience to work in a fine dining restaurant. But a regular diner doesn't pay enough. A nurse in a regular diner wouldn't pay enough. Or she'd be working her entire life. Like barely sleep, get up, go to job 7 days a week. Because the nurse doesn't pay all that much. If she's a doctor, the doctor might even pay enough that she doesn't need the second job. And I kind of need the second job in there. Or we can find another. I can look up, start looking up other kinds of jobs to be combined with, you know, the dining job, the diner jobs. It needs to be, I think it needs to be a diner. Fine dining is going to be too complicated. I think it needs to be a diner, which means I need a different kind of job because nursing isn't enough. A doctor is too much. Doctor wouldn't need. Well, in the beginning, when I first wrote this, you'll see, because you got the original copy, she was working 5 days a week at the hospital during the day, Monday through Friday, 8 hours a day. And then afterwards, 2 or 3 times a week during the week, she was going right from the hospital to the restaurant to work. And she worked, I think it was Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday were the hours I put on there. And she was complaining that they wanted her to work the weekends because it wasn't fair. Everybody has to work the weekends. Well, she said, well, I am working. I'm working Fridays. Friday's part of the weekend. They said, no, they're talking Saturday. She needs to work Saturday. It's not fair. She says, I work a full-time job plus this. And the boss was sympathetic at first, but now all the people are getting on him. So he's told her she's having a bad day and she's sick. And the second chapter, I think it is her part. And she's complaining about the fact that now he expects her to work Saturdays too, because she has to work the weekend because it's not fair that she doesn't, even though she works Friday, which is technically in my book part of the weekend. So she's working 5, 8 hours, 40 hours at the hospital as a doctor, and 3 days at the restaurant. And it was early on Tuesday and Thursday, and then Friday she worked till 2 in the morning because she had the weekend off. So she worked till 2 in the morning. It was a diner with bar, you know, restaurant bar. So the bar was open, of course, till 2 o'clock at night. I think that's the time around here you're not going to be open to. A lot of diners, yeah. Not all of them. We do have some all-night diners. Fine dining definitely closes at some point. I didn't bother looking up earlier hours because I don't know what I'm doing yet. The problem is, like I said, doctor makes too much, nurse doesn't make enough. Unless it's a fine dining, but the fine dining pays so much. She could work 5 hours. I think she could work 5 days there and more than make enough to. She could probably do 4 days. Let's see, 300 times 4. 100 a week. No, she probably have to do 5 8-hour days at the restaurant would be enough. I could add another day to the hospital. Most nurses in hospitals work 3 to 4 12-hour shifts. Most of them. There are some 8-hour shifts because they have the coverage, you know, during the change in shift. The main shift changes is 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Has to be coverage during that time. So you've got your swing nurses there that cover that. And they work 8 hours. I can't even find the pages I was on the other day with all the numbers, and I can't find the sheet I wrote all that stuff down on. I have no idea where the paper got to with all that information on it. I don't know what happened. I mean, depending on where you work as a nurse, depends on how much money you make. If you specialize, you make a lot more, obviously. My poor fictional character. And me, I'm trying to write this. I'm trying to make something that makes sense. And I want her to, she's supposed to be overworked. That's part of the whole idea. This whole thing is she's like just totally frazzled and she's reaching her boiling point and she's just at it. The explosion's coming. So she's dead tired. She does all this nursing and she goes and she does all this waitress and she's on her feet the whole time. Because both jobs are pretty much you're on the feet the whole time. Not a lot of time to sit down. Because she's older, I wouldn't want to like start her out even lower in a hospital with say that was her, like her, she's working at the, I know a lot of people when I was, I talked to a lot of them and, they start out as CNAs or, the aides, the techs or whatever you want to, they call different things in different hospitals. I don't know what their pay is and they're working, usually they're trying to become nurses. So they do that job and, the ones that do the vitals and stuff like that, they're not nurses. If she were younger, she could be working her way. She still could. I mean, people will go in at later ages, but she's 40. She should be in a job and not learning a new job to try to work her way up to become a. And the whole idea is she wants kids. And that, the older you get, the harder that is anyhow. Oh, yeah, my daughter had it rough. I wonder, when she told me she was pregnant, it says, 40? You got to be kidding me. I said, I had it hard at 30. A lot harder than when I had my first ones at 20. It was 21 and 22 with the first two. And I was 30 with the second one, and 30 was hard. I said, 40? You're already exhausted. You have 2 kids, and now you want another one. And you're 40. And she's having a hard time. And she said, yes, that was a terrible birth. And the whole pregnancy was awful. And it was hard being and she was high risk being so old. So this is going to be the problem here. We got a 40-year-old mother. Who's on her feet, works 2 jobs, has a jerk for a husband. He's home having a drink and laying around watching TV. She's out there killing herself because he gets, he can pay his half. His company is doing well. He has no problem. He can work normal hours, take time off. You don't have to do much of anything. She's killing herself, all because she loves this guy. Really loves him. And now she's like, what the hell did I do? What am I doing to myself? And I want a kid. And if I can't have it with him, then obviously I got to go somewhere else. uh, so it's either a diner and something that pays more. Well, see, one of the suggestions was being a doctor, though, she would have huge student loans. Well, I didn't even take that into account when I was figuring expenses out. Oh, hell. Hmm. Maybe I should go back to having her a doctor and working in the diner because she's got huge student loans. I mean, I can't even imagine what the student loans would be like. Maybe I leave it the way it is and just refer to the student loans somehow. She has to work a second job because of all the student loans. And she has to finish paying off. Because she was living fine before she married Jerkface, paying her student loans, so there's not a whole lot left. And she was a doctor, she lived alone, had a nice place, nice car. Then she marries Jerkface, who expects her to pay all this expenses. So he wants to be lazy and have this fancy sailboat and beach house. It has to be written somehow. I just don't know which way. But somebody did give me the idea of maybe because she has to work because of all the student loans, or she's when they first start out as doctors, they have all those years where they're not full doctors yet. I can't even remember the term anymore. And I can't find any of those pages. I know they're on that computer. They got to be there. They couldn't have disappeared. What am I doing wrong that I can't find them? I don't understand. My blog's backed up again. I haven't done anything to it for a couple of days. I did end that story, the blog story I was writing. I made that happily ever after because the real life story isn't happily ever after. So I just ended that on a happy note because that has to be family friendly. So I don't think they would appreciate where I was planning on going with that story. So I stopped it and got them married and pregnant and done with. But that won't be what happens in the real world. When I take those characters and put them in the book, life will definitely change. I have to go back and find out how much doctors make now because I don't have those papers anymore. I can't find them anyhow. Did you go to Sprint again? All right. Let me look up the numbers. What else? Try to think of another. Try to get something along with not the fine dining. Or, because the fine dining is not going to work because I need that be able to have the girl work there too. And so a diner, yes, she can work at. Fine, fancy place, she can't. She's not old enough to have the experience. So fine dining is not going to work. It has to be a diner. So that means she needs a better paying job. So I got to look up doctors. Again, maybe student loans. All right, back to the timer. 30 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, see you in a little bit. Oh boy, another one done. Well, I came to the conclusion, because I forgot about the student loans. She does need to be a doctor. She has to work 4 12-hour days as a doctor. Did I figure that right? Wait a minute, maybe I didn't figure that right. Hey, I'm not thinking right. Actually, I'm definitely not. Because that's only a week. 240. Yeah, well, okay. She has to remain a doctor because she's got student loans, which I forgot all about. Someone did remind me that, and as a beta reader, maybe that's why she was a doctor. I completely forgot the student loans, so I just had to add them in. I can make her an ER doctor. I can make her a part-time waitress in a diner. So it doesn't have to be fancy. So I could either have, excuse me, 2 8-hour days or 4 4-hour. because I was doing, or 2 4s and an 8, which is kind of what I had to set up as. And that would just about almost make her even, just a little extra for emergencies. So I really don't need, except change the name of the restaurant so it's not a fancy restaurant anymore. Make it a diner. And then I can add in the young girl because she can start in a diner as a waitress. She couldn't work at the other. I need the 2 people from the other story to be able to work in the same restaurant. That's how the story goes together. So I think I got. So she does have to remain an ER doctor because it's a small New Jersey town. They're not going to make as much as they do in New York City. So that would be the low end of the scale. And then student loans, she's been paying them for years now, but she still has some left. So until she pays them off, she has to continue working at this restaurant. And then once they were paid off, she wouldn't have to work in this restaurant anymore. It's not going to be anyhow. She's going to be pregnant. So, but the start of the story has to have something basis. Okay, so I think I got that figured. I'm not changing too much there. How'd you do? That's a heck of a lot of work I just did. All that for a story. I can't believe I did all that. Oh my God. Is that normal? Normal to go through all that crap? Yeah, when does she have time to enjoy the beach house and boat? That's a good question. She's working 6 days a week. She's working 4 12-hour days at the hospital. If I'm not mistaken. Of course, I'm not even taking taxes and stuff out of these salaries. They're all guesstimates anyhow. She works 48 hours. Oh my God. I can't go anywhere without them finding me. Oh my God. I'm getting fed up with technology, to tell you the truth. So that's without taxes being taken out. Oh, gee. Yeah. So she has to work 4 days as a doctor in, what did I say, for the restaurant. Yeah. 16 hours at the restaurant. So 16, no, not 16. What am I thinking? 48 hours as a doctor and 16 hours at the restaurant. So it's 4 12-hour days as a doctor. And then 16 hours in the restaurant somehow. Whether it's 2 4s and an 8 or 2 8s. If it's 2 4s and an 8, then she gets no days where she doesn't work. If she does 2 8s at the restaurant, then she would have 4 days in the hospital, 2 in the restaurant, 1 day off. Isn't that nice? Yeah, nice. I can't even come on here and be free of people giving me grief. Gee, I've been waiting for someone to ask me to make Stalin proud. Just been waiting for that. I have a spreadsheet in case you're wondering what I'm doing. Punching numbers in spreadsheet. And the rest would be taxes. Though it's probably a lot more in taxes. I don't know how much they take out in taxes. Probably doesn't even make enough. They said the average doctor pays $2,300 a month for 10 months for student loans. Can you imagine it? Oh, we get them. They don't normally talk about Stalin, though. Yeah, just close enough. But I found out the doctors pay $2,300 a month of student loans for 10 years. They make a 10-year payment plan. $2,300 a month. I never even made that much a month. I never paid off my student loans. I had them forgiven when I was disabled. And paid some of them. Yeah, we get that stuff before. It's just I try to delete it beforehand. That one I had to look at for a little while because it just kind of blew my mind. I'm reading name on here. Just kind of blew my mind. Make Stalin proud. Oh my God. Usually I would get one and they would use the same variation of the name and they would put a Christmas carol around Christmas time. They were putting Christmas carol names on there. And I'm like, at first I thought it was somebody joining, and then I realized they were trolls. So now I have to go every now and then and block somebody, but they just create a new name and do it again. Just like on the telephone. Nobody will leave me alone. It can't be free. I have to be bothered everywhere I go. Just love technology. All right. Well, that kind of works out with the story the way it is. So I don't have to at least change all that. I just have to change a few things. I have to change it because I had changed this to a fancy name and made it a fancy French restaurant. Well, it's not going to be. It's just going to be a diner now. No, not really a diner. Just a regular restaurant and bar. Italian restaurant and bar. That sounds good. Italian restaurant and bar. Close early during the week and open late in the weekends. So Friday night she would work 8. She would work 8 hours till 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, that's true. I wasn't doing 12-hour days. I was doing 5 8-hour days. 40. Oh, yeah, you can do 5 8-hour days. I looked that up. That is a possibility. So she could do that. If she did that, she worked a 40-hour week. Damn it. That screws everything up, though. I can't do 12 hours. I'll screw things up now. It's going to have to be the other, which means she's going to make less. She's only going to work 40 hours at the hospital. All right. She's going to work. No, she has to work 3 days. An overflow. So Saturday and Sunday off. Boy, I have it set up now. If I leave it that way. Oh, wait a minute. No, what am I thinking? That's 1 week there. No, 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 no. It's 1 week. I am gonna have to refigure this because my math isn't so great making it. I just realized I'm working with monthly amounts in one spot, but I'm using weekly for her pay. So she's making way more than she needs to. So I'm not thinking. That's just weekly pay. The restaurant might not be, but the doctor is. The restaurant. I wish math was not my worst subject. Wish my even using a stupid spreadsheet, I'm screwing this up big time. She makes that much as a doctor a week. So then I have to times that by 4. Maybe she doesn't have to be a doctor. Or we can cut down the hours. She has to work at least 3. Or she could be a part-time doctor. So if she was a part-time doctor, then it would be silly to be a part-time doctor and work at a restaurant too. That wouldn't make much sense. This is, I wrote the whole thing basing it on the fact, and I based story number 2 on that same restaurant. It's got to be there somehow. She's got to work there for some godforsaken reason. That's monthly, but this is weekly. Yeah, but that screws up things with converting the other story over. I was going to convert the story over, connecting them with the restaurant. It's a good idea, though. But then how can I? Well, then I could just make the doesn't combine the it doesn't get the girl in there. But I could make the other woman that I'm trying to convert over. She could also be a doctor working in the ambulance as an EMT. Do EMTs? I mean, do they take doctors for EMTs? I mean, they're already trained as doctors, and the EMTs are usually, only partially trained. Though I know, depending on the ambulance crew, a doctor will come out when you make the phone call. He used to charge an arm and a leg at where my dad lived. When you called the ambulance there, a doctor came. And the doctor decided whether or not it was life-threatening. And if it wasn't life-threatening, then he left, he or she left. And then the EMTs just carried on doing whatever it is they had to do. But not every place does that. I remember getting ambulances all the time. I wonder, does Google know the answer? Know the answer to so many things. And and in certain emergencies, will a doctor ride an ambulance? Otherwise, no. Oh, I didn't know that. Ambulance doctors are called paramedics, but not all ambulance personnel are paramedics. And it would stay with her being an ER doctor. A paramedic is a healthcare professional whose primary role is to provide advanced emergency medical care for critical or emergent patients who access the emergency medical system. Not all ambulance personnel are paramedics. Can a doctor work as a paramedic? Sure, you just have to work under your paramedic license and not your medical license. Hey, you got something there, Jen. Yeah, that's what I just I didn't realize that. I thought they were the same thing. And a doctor can work on the ambulance. They just have to work as a paramedic. So they have a license to be a paramedic and a license to be a doctor. When they're on the ambulance, they're working as paramedics and they work under a paramedic license. Google gives you a lot of good answers. So if I switch that from restaurant to paramedic, she could work part-time on the ambulance. Now I got to figure out how much they make. Do they make anything or is that all volunteer? No, they got to be paid. No, all those people can't be volunteer. Can they? No, they got to. There must be some kind of pay. I got to find out. We need something. I think. The other woman could be a paramedic too. And they run into each other. It doesn't help me introduce the other person I wanted to introduce. She can't. I'll have to figure another way for her to be introduced. Because the restaurant was going to be my way to figure out. I was going to bring in the other woman and the girl that was going to meet the other woman's son. That's how that book was going to start. I don't know how to connect them now. A little bit harder if I make her a paramedic. But she could be an ER doctor and a paramedic on the ambulance. Is possible, they say. Yes. Okay. You could also just work as medical control for local, I guess it's fire department, EMS service. Some places have physician response vehicles for major emergencies as well. Okay. Paramedics generally make an average of about 40,000 annually. $40,000 annually. So that would be annually. So we would take 40,000 divided by 52. That much per week. Those are 52 weeks. And then divided by, they don't say how many hours that is. It just says annually. That might be a full-time job. So divide that by 20. Ow. Maybe I can find a per hour instead of trying to figure this out. Me and my math skills aren't working very well here. Oh, okay. That made it easy. Should have just asked it that in the first place. Minus 4, 16. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not ignoring you. Yeah. I have to work out the hours, and she shouldn't have to work as many hours as either. I mean, like part-time maybe as a doctor and part-time ambulance, paramedic, same training. I'm just trying to figure something. I want to start writing my story again, but until I get past this issue, I'm kind of stuck. I have to get past this issue so I know where to go with the rest of the story. Because do I have to change the rest of the story? How much of the rest of the story? I know I have to make some changes. Some things are really, when they pointed them out to me, I'm like, duh, I should have known that. That was pretty stupid. Wasn't actually thinking. You're right. They're both 24-hour jobs. You can work many hours. And you can be a part-time doctor, I was reading. You don't have to be full-time. Because I have her in the hospital right now. I could always make her a doctor. I have her as an emergency room doctor. They can make less if you work in an office, but maybe not. I'm pretty sure it said they could have it. You could work as a doctor part time. Plus, paramedics often have hours. Oh, have houses. They sleep at during their downtime, so you should be able to sleep. Well, you always see on Grey's Anatomy them going to the break room, their whatever they call that. I forget what they call that room. To sleep in when they're not in, active duty. Like they're on call. They're on call. As long as there's no emergencies in the emergency room, then they don't have to be on call. So if you have a quiet day, you could go and sleep instead of work. You just be there because you're on call. I know a little bit from Grey's Anatomy. Oh my goodness gracious. But I was just looking at the amounts. And I still only have the doctor weekly, but a full-time schedule. And I want to try to make it so she can have a more normal life, but still have to have two jobs for some reason. Why not just work as a full-time doctor and get enough hours and not have to work a part-time job? I'm not exactly sure how to explain the reasoning for that one. Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. Yeah, they were always in the rooms while they weren't sleeping. But they were in the sleep rooms. They just weren't sleeping in the technical sense of sleep. You wonder just how much of that really goes on, or that they really do that just for dramatic effect. I mean, in Grey's, I mean, all the doctors and nurses are all in there screwing around. It's like a hot, what do they call that? I forget the term I want. It's probably not like that in real life. Makes the show more fun. And all the doctors and nurses are getting at it. I remember the one scene where she's yelling about the one that gave her crabs or whatever it was. The whole idea is to have two jobs. I don't want her working. Ow. This better not be crap. I'm not in the mood for it. Just my ex-husband. Not in the mood for him either. At least I don't have to answer him. He just got the message now about our grandson. He's just now answering. Oh, it's going to go off again. Yes, Andy, he's okay. Oh, at least it wasn't a pornographic one. Could have been. He'd do something like that. That was the whole idea, was for her to have two jobs. And the more The more well, emergency doctors are specialists as it is. They get paid more than just a regular doctor in an office. Pediatrics actually made less. I looked pediatrics up. Too many specialties. Surgeon, pediatric surgeon, hand surgeon, this surgeon, that surgeon. Pediatricians definitely make less. That wouldn't be necessarily in a hospital. It doesn't say whether it's in a hospital, it just says they get paid. You always hear these doctors boo-hooing about how they're poor. Jesus Christ, look at these salaries. Pediatricians make little compared to others. Jeez. Even entry level doll, entry level. The lowest level possible is still more than I can imagine. She could have started being a doctor at an older age. I can make a pediatrician. It's lower. It's one of the lower paid doctors. She can be a freelancer. There you go. Gee, what do you need today? Okay, I'm that kind of doctor today. The flavor of the week. Oh my gosh. I didn't even ask you. Did you get anything done that time? I just realized the stupid mistake I made in my spreadsheet. I completely forgot to ask you if you did anything. Oh, oh, stop yawning. It's only 8 o'clock. Stop yawning. You've only been out of bed 3 hours. Stop yawning. Oh, Jesus. I don't know why I settled on doctor. Tell you the honest God truth. I don't know why I came up with doctor. Well, schooling would be a lot less. There wouldn't be all that schooling for, I mean, they'd have schooling, yes, but student loans wouldn't be as big. Oh, wouldn't be as high. But again, there's that whole thing of needing to connect, which is why I want that diner. Or she could be a paramedic and work at the diner. Full-time paramedic. She make even enough. By now, her schooling would be paid off. Paramedics, 20 per hour. $800 a week. So that would only be $3,200 a month. That work. Yeah, that's an idea. Diner that she's frequent near the hospital. We're back to the fact that doctors make too much. If I go back to nursing, can a nurse be a paramedic? So you have to be a doctor. There's special training. She should probably get trained if she was a nurse. Full-time paramedic. Oh, but then, yeah, what if I took out the... She wouldn't have all those student loans to pay off. Hey, Melanie. I'm just going nuts here trying to figure this job thing out with my... all my beta readers are complaining about the fact that I have her as a doctor needing another job. I'm going crazy with spreadsheets and research, driving myself nuts. Yeah. Yeah, we're plotting, and we're trying to figure this out, trying to make some sense out of this whole thing. Just a little tired. It's been a busy week in a good way, though. How about you? We're doing well. We're plotting Tessa's book right now. Yeah. It's driving me crazy. Because the main thing I got from almost every one of the beta readers was the job issue. If she's a doctor, why does she need a second job? And my whole story bases on the second job. And it's driving me crazy trying to figure out what job to make her and how much, whether she, a fancy restaurant or just a diner. And then I realized that I want to make a series, and I was going to use that diner to put the characters together to come, so that the book is, connected. And I'm like, I have to have a stupid diner in here. It doesn't have to be a fancy restaurant. It can be just a diner. And it has to be a diner if I'm going to have just a young girl also working there to further connect this story along. There's so many things to think of. She hasn't read it yet, and I was telling her about this. She's like, what? She wouldn't do that. Which I said, women would do things like that. We women think we can change men. We're really, really crazy. And love is blind. And we think we can fix everything. So I could see it really happening. Yeah, Murder in Angel's Code. I'm still struggling with it. But the problem they're having is that a doctor would make enough money. They would not need a second job. And I need that second job as part of the story. And as the connector point for part 2, book 2. So I'm trying to figure out what she is. And he was saying, well, she could be a paramedic. They need you know, they need a certain amount of skill for a paramedic. Oh my gosh. Melanie says, I mean, the girl was practically working herself to death and then spots up to his shenanigans. And yeah, the doc wouldn't need the second job that the husband is requiring. I'd reinforce that issue about the necessity. Well, she only needs to pay for her expenses. He's not forcing her to work the second job. He's forcing her to pay those expenses. And if she makes enough money as a doctor, then she wouldn't have to work the second job. He's not making her work the second job. He's making her work it because she can't make enough. But I wasn't thinking about the fact that doctors make, well, I didn't know how much doctors make. I've been doing a lot of research on that one. So yeah, doctors make a lot more than I realized. And I'm like, oh, wow, this isn't about, yeah, I can see why they're. Then I looked up student loans. I'm like, oh my God. And I looked at the amount of student loans, a doctor, if she's a doctor, the student loans, it says they're $2,300 a month for 10 years. I'm like, yeah, that kind of makes it so she has to work. But she's, so old now, unless she just started doctor, she would have paid that off by now. And then I thought, well, if I made her a paramedic, she wouldn't have student loans like that to pay off at this point. So she wouldn't need 2 jobs, most likely, because we could take the $2,300 a month off of there. It's like a puzzle, and it's driving me crazy. Yeah, I was shocked when I saw the loans. I just decided to Google it, how much, doctor student loans. The average doctor pays $2,300 a month for 10 years for student loans. I'm like, oh my God. They don't even make that much in a week. I don't even make that much in a month. Who am I kidding? 2 months? Just about 2 months. They don't make much. I'm on a pitiful disability pittance from the government. Well, he's asking her for half of all of their expenses. He wants the fancy beach house, the sailboat, and everything. Sailboats are expensive. Houses on the beach are expensive. And then, of course, she wanted the fancy car. She said, if I'm paying for it, I'm getting what I want. Well, not super expensive. Well, it's expensive enough. It's in the 30,000s. Oh my. Her half, yeah. So she needs almost $5,000 a month for her half of the expenses, plus her costs that she has to pay. That was not including the, or does it? Yeah, it does include. That includes it. So without student loans, it's $5,000 a month without student loans. Yeah. Yeah, it is. And I looked into the fine dining and all the rules and regulations for that. And you'd have to have a lot of experience, which I'm trying to get this second story connected there with another woman and a friend of the woman's son who works at the restaurant. Well, the squirrel couldn't work at a fancy restaurant, so it has to go back to being a regular restaurant. So we're back to a regular restaurant. So she's not making much at the restaurant. And then now is that the paramedic? I don't even know what that amount there is for. Huh. I'm losing track of my mind. I am just totally and utterly lost track of my mind. I don't know what I don't even know what I'm thinking anymore. 3,200. Is that for, that's the paramedic. If she's a full-time paramedic instead of a doctor, she would make $3,200 in a month. And then she would need the restaurant to cover the other. And without the student loans, it would be $44.85. So I come up $4,800. So she makes $4,800. She needs $44.85. But she would have to work at least 16 hours at the restaurant and 40 hours as a paramedic. I think that would work. Well, that was, I know the doctors have either 8-hour shifts or 12-hour shifts. You can work either 3 days or 4 days, or you can work 5 8-hour days, depending on what you do in the hospital. And that's a hospital doctor. It's not a, in an office. There's different things for different. So I made her an ER doctor, and she works 32. How did I come up with 32? Yeah, she worked 36 hours. It'd be 3,600, not 32. Oh no, that was the amount of the. Was that the amount for the paramedic? Oh, that was the amount for the paramedic. Makes almost. She would make almost as much as a full-time paramedic. I didn't know what I was doing to myself. Melanie, honestly, I didn't know what I was doing to myself. He had no idea. I have a very good idea now what I don't want to do next time. That's for sure. What if the diner is part of the yacht club where Scott keeps the boat? That would help with the finances. That's another possibility. I had tons of notes and I've lost all of them. I can't find them, and I can't find the same websites I was on. I am like, what is going on here? Where did they go? Where? I can't find them anywhere. And I have my little spreadsheet here, which is getting more and more confused the more stuff I add to it. But I can't go any further in the story till I figure this out, because I don't want to start it and then change my mind again. So it has to be figured out before I go any further. Just got up to no go where he'd be caught if she worked at the club. No. No. He's not fooling around with anybody at the club. Melanie thinks it's a fun idea, though. Oh my gosh. You could see Kara hanging out there because her dad's a member or something. Oh my gosh. Well, she's hanging out at the computer shop that he owns. Well, you know the story. You know how they come together, so, and get caught. I would have to rewrite the whole story if I did that. Totally rewrite the whole story if I did that. Interesting idea, though. I do like the idea. Okay, no more new ideas. Between you and Ken here, I've gotten so many ideas and I'm already confused. This is teaching me something, I'm sure, but right now I'm like so frustrated. And I haven't even gotten to the parts I know I have to fix, because when I read what the beta reader said, I'm like, okay, that makes sense. You're right. That was pretty stupid. Okay. Take that out, rewrite that. You know, so I have all those I haven't got to because I'm starting at the beginning trying to fix your little stuff that you just sent me, the one that you sent me, and started working on it. And I got down to this and I thought, I got to settle this now, though, because it's right at the beginning. So I got to settle it before I go any further, because I don't want to rewrite it all over again. However, I wish I knew about those ideas about the club, the yacht club, and the Kara hanging out there, meeting her there, and Sarah actually working there as a waitress and not realizing what's going on underneath her nose. And that's a whole nother story. Great one, though. I think it's too late to really totally rewrite the story again, because everything, you know, works on something else, and I start changing things, that means I have to change everything. Oh heavens. I guess I'll figure it out one of these days. You think? Is it possible? Oh my gosh. Next time I'll put, all right, here, for all new ideas now. Throw them in the hat now. Let me have them now before I start writing. All these what ifs afterwards are driving me crazy. Melanie says, I've decided I'm going to wait until Camp NaNoWriMo in July to get back to book 2 of Knights of the Rainmaker. Book 1 isn't being released until September 7th. And since I need to focus, um, in July, this is what, coming up on the April one. So that'll be the second one. I hope to start hopefully on book 2 by the time March rolls around to get set up for April's NaNoWriMo. But I have to settle this first before I get too far. Emily says, need to focus on marketing that book, setting up my beta and mark readers, etc. I want that to be my main focus since it'll be my debut. Yeah. Especially if it's the first one. First one's the special one. I mean, they're all special, but I think the first one is always really the special one. Jen said idea. Nana says, yeah, for April's camp, then I'm going to use that for a final read through of book 1. Good idea. I think they give you, I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, with camp, you can do anything you want. That's right. I forgot. It's camp. You can do whatever you want to do. It's November that's such a pain in the tuchus. I hate November. I think they should all be the same. That you pick your own. Difference between camp and non-camp. Well, in camp, you're allowed to do your own goal. So if you want to do just 20,000 words, you can. But in regular Camp Nano, you have to do 50,000 words. That's the goal. And there's no other option. You have to write 50,000 words. That's the goal. They don't give you another option. Whereas in camp, you can choose, and you used to be able to choose by hours or days or whatever. Now that they give it to you just in words, but what I did is I just counted up how many words was X amount of hours per day. Did it that way. It still keeps track, but it's a much lower amount than obviously, doing it by words. I decided to do just by minutes. So it's like 3 hours a day. How many minutes times 30, whatever amount of days are in that particular month. Non-camp in November is when you have to write an average of 1,667 words per day to reach 50K in 30 days. Camp in April and July, you can set your own goals. Yep. Jen says, oh, I pretty much do nano every month, give or take a few. As a ghostwriter, I can imagine so. That's during a good month. Jen says, I try not to think too hard about it, to be honest. Melanie says that probably makes it easier. Yeah. Try to work right now. I don't know what I do. I can't even function and I don't work. uh, Jen said that's not an impossible word count per day if you're disciplined. Not disciplined here. I see Melanie agrees. Exactly. And disciplined, I am not. So, yeah. uh, Jen says if I didn't get lazy, I could do that in a couple hours. And yeah, she'll do sometimes in 30 minutes, she'll do almost 1,000 words. So she just doesn't. What's wrong with you, Jen? Yeah, what's wrong with you? Melanie says nothing. We aspire to be like you. um, if you put all your mind to it and worked on all day on writing, you could probably quit your day job, like you said. Jen says, I mean, that's a couple of shows or albums or something. And he says, honestly, I can write over 1,000 words in an hour. It's just easier to do that when zero drafting. Jen asks, what is the drafting you speak of? And he says, oh, you'll get over the hurdle. I'm beginning to wonder. I've been doing this for, what, the last week now? I feel like I've been struggling through this, not getting anywhere. I finally said, yeah, I can start writing, and I haven't gotten anything done at all. Uh-huh. And I think Jen was asking you about this zero drafting. I get so many different answers to that. I don't know what exactly it is. Melanie says, I think I'm about ready for a sprint. I'm not sure what I'm going to work on, but I feel I need to focus on something. Yeah. Jen says, I told Tessa I need to stop sleeping or add more hours to my day, Melanie. We can do a sprint, and I can maybe, again, go through my numbers and try to come up with a plausible job and 2 jobs and cover the amount of expenses she has to cover. Jesus, drive me crazy. Want to go nuts. Melanie says, oh, absolutely. If I didn't have to sleep, I'd get so much more done, especially since I'm a natural night owl. But having a day job messes that up. I know how that is. Jen says, this is plotting. I think she's asking you about the zero drafting. Melanie says, I told my husband when I do start freelancing full time to not be surprised if he wakes up at 3 a.m. to go to the bathroom while I'm working. Exactly. Boy, does it, Melanie. It sucks. Oops. Oh boy, wait a minute. Jumped on me. Where are we? Up here. How hard is it to focus on work from home, Ellie? Do you just want to go and take a nap? Melanie says it's just pantsing the first draft without much of an outline or no outline at all. Some people view it as the outline. Kate Kavanaugh calls it the zero draft. That's pretty much it. Okay, and then the oops. I do nap during my breaks and sometimes even during my lunch if I can eat between calls when it's slow. Chen says, oh, that's my first and final draft when I freelance unless I ask for a plot. Well, first and final draft. I'm actually very disciplined when it comes to client work outside of my day job. That would be hard for me. That's good. That's definitely hard for me. And I don't work. So I don't have anything that's tied to at this point. I just can't seem to get anything done. And I just want to sleep all the time. All the time I want to sleep. Oh, Jen says, once they pay me, I don't care what they do after that. Oh, exactly. I can be in the right circumstances. Perfect storm kind of deal. I think, it's just my opinion, from what you said and whatnot, you could probably get enough clients if you wanted to and work full time writing. You may have to still work at night too, writing day and night, but if you could get enough clients, you could quit your day job and just write. Mommy says, I actually have a big developmental editing project coming my way in April with a small press. The owner's going to pay me up front for the work. Yay. Jen says today the girl's out for the day. It's so quiet. Melanie says, I can't wait till my husband's company goes back to the office and I can have the apartment to myself again while working my day job. It's fun having them around, but also, yeah, also, little time away from each other is usually warranted. Being around each other 24/7 also hinders on my me time, which is why I hang out in the home office so much. McAfee is speeding up my what? Jeez, it's just some kind of notice from McAfee. Jen said, I think if I had to write from home, I would. He says, yep, Melanie, I feel that. Melanie nods. Honestly, Jen, if it weren't for you know what, I'd be writing, doing client work in coffee shops or at the library. Yeah, that changed a lot of people's way of doing things. I used to watch Kate Kavanaugh's videos all the time, and she was always going to coffee shops. And now, and a lot of people did. You'd see, they do their videos, and now, of course, you see it, and they can't go to you can't go out at all, and it's like, it changed the way videos were being done, too. So many people, would actually go and write in coffee shops and stuff like that. Jen said, I really missed the coffee shops. I got much inspiration there. Even restaurants, I'd be there for hours working. Melanie said, I went to the Dollar Tree with my mom the other day. I think that's the 5th time I've been inside a store in the past year. Unfortunately, I can't get out of that completely. I do my once a month grocery shopping, and then I have to go over to get my medicines. I have to drag my dumb neighbor over there to shop. Drives me crazy if I don't. Melanie says, yes, I remember in college my writing group that I used to write at Big Boy. Jen says, I even miss my co-working space. That was awesome. Chen says, Bob's Big Boy or another place? We had Bob's Big Boy in certain parts of Jersey. Melanie says, oh, I want to try one of those too, Jen. That's on my bucket list for things to do this summer. Yep, Bob's Big Boy. I've only been there once, so good. They have them on our turnpike in the rest areas. It's not a regular restaurant out in town or anything like that. You have to go onto the turnpike if you want to actually go to Bob's Big Boy. I don't know if they're still there or not. That was years ago. I haven't been on the turnpike in ages. But that was the restaurant on the turnpike, was Bob's Big Boy. Oh, they're all gone? I didn't know that. Then again, like I said, it's been years since I've been on the turnpike, so. Melanie says you have a few left here in the Cleveland area. Well, that's like we keep getting coupons to go to Denny's, and they shut Denny's down a long time ago around here. So I don't know what Denny's they're advertising for. They're certainly not advertising for us. My dad loved that place. Melanie said, and then the one in my college town is still there. All right. Well, I guess you wanted to sprint, didn't you? Kind of got sidetracked again. So let's set the timer. $30, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Molly says, I love Denny's. There's one right by our apartment. It says good breakfast. They closed all the ones around us down. So I'm not sure who they're advertising these Denny's for, because there's none in the area. All of them are shut down. You can get takeout at mine. I've delivered it before. Yeah, we used to go there all the time, my son and I, because you could get, good food for not a whole lot of money. And it wasn't that bad. But, yeah, they closed ours. Melanie said, yeah, ours has that too. Thank goodness for DoorDash and all them companies. All right, I started the timer. So I'm going to get back and try to figure this out. what am I going to do with this girl? Oh, boy. Mhm. Oh, I didn't even put the, what you call it, on the mute. We got, I see Melanie took off. Be back later. I'm still, I looked at paramedics and it's not going to work because paramedics have to work either 24 or 48 hours on and then 24 or 48 hours off. And they must be available at all hours in case they are on call and need help. So that isn't going to work into my story at all. So much for the paramedic part of it. That isn't going to work. And I'm not even sure that nurses get actual set schedules. It seems to me they get weekly schedules. They were always, would know a week or so ahead of time. Oh, cool. 2,000 words from finishing a book. Great job. That's super cool. Well, that way in no time if you work at it. And I'm still fussing with trying to figure this out. She, even as a nurse, she's going to make too much. She doesn't need a part-time job. And why be a part-time nurse and have a part-time job when you can be a full-time nurse and make enough money? It doesn't make sense. So now I'm trying to find out if nurses have student loans, that I could put that in there, because I don't know what else to do. I do like the story, though, of her waitressing at the yacht club and him messing around with one of the girls he's messing around with. Like she mentioned, Karen. Because these girls are young enough to be his daughter. So he could be friends with the father, messing, and his wife could be working in the bar there, restaurant and bar, and he could be messing around with the daughter. It's such a cool story, but it would be quite a rewrite, but a cool story. uh, but this whole thing is just not working. The medical field makes way too much. They need a second job. And if they do, what the heck were they doing? Gotta be living in humongous mansions on tons of acres of land to need that much money, to need a second job. The full time at the restaurant's not enough. Not this one. That fancy French fine dining restaurant, I think, would be made more than nurses did. Jeez. Nurses and doctors, they made more at that restaurant. But the restaurant at the what she's doing now, that's not gonna work. You're probably scribbling away as we're talking and typing away. Finish that book. You're not. I hate endings that, so that will take a while. Oh gosh. mm. Well, the endings, it's really mushy, right? And that's where they all get together. And I haven't read one in a while. I think that's what I remember. The ending's always so sweet and happily ever after. Of course, we all know it doesn't always end happily ever after. No one wants to read a book that doesn't end happily ever after. mm, a happy ever after. An HEA. Never heard of it like that. When I was involved with the guy that this story is loosely based on, I used to dream that I would go and work with him. He just, because we were in the same kind of line of business. But I don't think having Sarah working at the store is a good idea. Possibility. But I don't, because besides just having the store, they have their, they didn't really have a store in their life. They did contracts on repair contracts on computers. Then, the whole system, the computer, the printing, the telephone system, the whole thing. They did contract work, and they, went into these companies and sold them contracts, monthly contracts. And then, when they needed something done, they'd call and they'd go and they'd do whatever had to be done. They had a bunch of these. And here I added the store as well. So besides contract work and repair work that they do in the store, they sell computers. But she wouldn't make much there. It's really not enough to make. I only think the part-time job or full-time job at the restaurant and a full-time job at this place, she'd be able to make enough. Maybe she would. No, but I already have I have a receptionist. And I think I told her in the job interview that she has to replace the other one. I think she was getting paid $20 an hour because she was receptionist, sales, everything. But that would eliminate a character if I made Sarah that, so that doesn't make any sense. And that puts them too close together. I don't want them that close together. I want them in separate jobs. He's such an alpha male. He just got someone fired for talking to her the wrong way. I'm already crazy. You're right. I'm making myself crazy with this. I'm getting to a point where I don't even enjoy it anymore. I'm so disgusted with the whole thing. And I was so excited about it. Now it's just like, if I hadn't asked for beta readers, I never would have even thought about it. I just would have posted it the way it was. You know, no one think about their salaries. Because I have her single. Now, if she had been married, she could have come out of a divorce with a ton of debt, like I did, and have to pay that off. But I had her as single, never been married. So that doesn't really work out. But if she had been married, she would come out of the divorce with a pile of debt. That's what happened to me. And then the jerk, he complained. I said, "What are you complaining about?" He goes, "You're filing bankruptcy." I said, "Yeah. So it goes against me, not you." And I said, "And I'm paying off your debt," because he owed half. We had to split the debt. Even though it was mostly his debt, we had to split the debt. Well, when I filed bankruptcy, everything that was in my name got paid, on the bankruptcy. I said, "You're making out. I'm the one whose name is on the bankruptcy, so I'm the one who's going to be getting the bad credit." I said, "And you're getting out of paying debt because anything in my name is getting paid off. So what are you complaining about? You gave me nothing in the divorce. I had to file bankruptcy because I couldn't make it with all the debt you left." No, I don't want to talk about him again. Jeez. If I get any slower with these um, sprints, I'll have to stop having so many because it's not worth spending hours and hours and hours. Sometimes I'm here alone, wondering if somebody's going to show up or not. And you know what? Not getting anything done. I might have to cut them down because people aren't coming to them like they used to get more people. I'm getting less people. Nobody's going to Twitch. I hate Twitch. Everybody's switching to Twitch. How did you not get anything? You were married for a long time. I was married for 23 years, but we were so in debt because of dipshit that there wasn't anything to get. My ex left me with a little debt back when we split up. Then he asked me for the wedding ring back, and I said no. Good for you. I got left with a lot of debt, and my wedding ring wasn't worth shit, so couldn't have paid anything off. And now I don't know where it is. Someone told me to put it somewhere because I told them, I said, I'm sitting there staring at it every day. And I can't just get rid of it. It's not worth anything. I can't sell it. I tried that. It's not worth anything. And so they said, well, put it someplace where you don't have to look at it. Now I don't remember what I did with it. So I don't even know where the stupid ring got to. But it used to sit right here. But no, he left me in so much debt. Oh my God, the debt was horrendous. And I didn't make enough as it was. I plan to make something for kiddo with it for her 16th. Just lost. You lost yours too, huh? Mine wasn't worth anything, so. Because at first I thought maybe my son would want it. Or maybe one of the girls, as a keepsake. I still have it, and it's here somewhere. Because I just moved it, so it's not in my face every day, but I don't know what to do with it. Anyway, yours was pretty. I didn't have my my engagement and wedding ring set were super cheap. The gold was so thin you could pull on it and bend it, and it was a little tiny chip of diamond, little chip. I do mean little chip in the ring. It was the cheapest thing. It's the only thing we could afford. He had no money. And then he says, "Well, I want to get you something nicer." One year, so we went out and we bought wedding band diamond chips all the way around it, and it was $200. So I tried to sell it. It's not worth anything. I know it's $200. We paid $200 for it. I was in the jewelry store with them when he bought it. I picked it out. And when that big thing about sell your gold and diamonds, it's worth money. So I took it to the store and this is not worth anything. I'll give you $15, he said, for it. I said, never mind. I'm not taking $15 for it. I don't know what to do with it. I mean, there was a time when I went through periods of wanting to get married back to him again and, wearing it again. Every once in a while, I lost my mind. Because I didn't want to be alone. It makes you do weird things. Like, want to remarry the crazy ex who wants to. Like, somebody help me. I want to remarry you. I don't want to be alone. I'd rather be with a jerk than be alone. Usually it's the other way around. I like being alone and I like not having anybody tell me what to do. But every once in a while I get lonely and it's like, man, I wish I had somebody, even the jerk. My kids didn't want it. They have the wedding dress, they have the cake knife, and they have the wedding album. The knife we had engraved with our name in it, wedding date and all on it, and they have my dress, which wasn't fancy, it was just a long way dress from a regular dress store in the mall. I didn't have money for a wedding gown. And then our wedding album. And that was basically kind of a ripoff. Instead of having like a photographer come out and take a bunch of pictures and then you get to pick what you want, they tell you get I don't know, 36-page wedding album or whatever of 8x10s. And they come out and they snap pictures. They create the album and that's what you get. You don't get a choice. You don't get prints. Well, we did get prints. I take that back. They did have wallet size. I remember that. I don't know where they went to. Somewhere. I think maybe I lost them. It may have been in the wallet I lost. And I had the wallets. I don't know if we had any smaller size pictures or not. Must have gotten something from my parents, too. I guess. Maybe, I don't remember. See how much I care. I can't even remember. My kids don't want most of what I have. They did at least get them to take the wedding album and the dress. Well, neither of them would have fit the dress anyhow, and it wasn't a real wedding gown. So, and one didn't get married, and the other one, neither one fit in it. I was smaller than they were, so the dress was way too small, and it wasn't a wedding gown. So, chances of them wanting to get married in it were slim. It was out in the box in the shed, and I was afraid to look at it. I said, I bet this dress is probably ruined. And we were getting divorced then, and we were pulling the stuff out, divide things up and get rid of what we could. And he's like, you still got this thing? I said, of course I still have this thing. What do you know about women and brides and stuff? Yes, I kept the wedding dress and the veil. Men know nothing. Your mom made you a keepsake box from your first wedding, scraps of wrapping paper and stuff like that. She also had the dress forever, but she made it. I was going to make mine. I bought a pattern and everything, and I started looking at it, and I'm like, who are you kidding? This pattern is too fancy for you. Like, so simple patterns. Like, that was way above my head. And said, I'm never going to be able to make this wedding dress. I have to just buy something. And with the cost of material and the amount of material I would have needed for it, probably would have cost me more too. I just bought a simple white long dress at dress shop. They had the what do they call that, ruching or whatever, it's all gathered and gathered bodice, and it had the ruffle around the bottom. You don't know how your mom did it. I'm sure they're not easy. I know the one I picked out was really complicated, and I didn't really know that much about sewing. I could sew a little bit, but not that much. And it was really fancy, and I'm like, the material alone probably would have been way more than what I could have afforded. Because I got married in '76, I got $500, and I had everything had to come out of that, including my sister's maid of honor dress had to come out of that. So when I looked for dresses, I had to make sure the dresses were cheap too. So I looked out, I went into a store, and they had 3 dresses on the clearance rack. Same style as my dress, just different, colors. They were all the same color, so they were all matched. And 1976. And the dresses were the same style. So they had the front piece, and then, but they were long sleeved. 2 different colors. They were blue and beige, flowers. And then they had the ruffle around the bottom. So the style of the dress matched the style of my dress, except mine was white. And I got them for $12 each. And each girl actually fit in the dress. We didn't have to have them altered or anything. So thank God, because I only had $5 to put a wedding together. The cake alone was $75. The wedding invitations were $30 or $40. And that was without cards, RSVP cards and the cost of postage for all that. My mother-in-law woman did not like me. And she didn't want him marrying me. She made that quite plain. She made sure I knew she did not want me to marry her son. I was not good enough for him. And she got angry because we weren't sending out the fancy cards with the, RSVP cards. I said, there is no need to send an RSVP card. We are having a cake and ice cream reception at the church afterwards. It doesn't matter how many people show up. We'll have enough for the amount of people invited. And that's it. And she like furious. She was so mad. I said, why would I waste all that money on all those fancy cards and postage? It doesn't matter. It's cake and ice cream. And the cake was expensive, and the ice cream came out to a pretty good amount too when you added it up. All the flowers. All this had to come out of $500. And yes, it was 1976, a while ago. But it was still pretty expensive. Oh, and the other thing she didn't like about the reception, not only was it in the church and not in a fancy hall, but there was no alcohol. No alcohol. How can you not have a reception without alcohol? She was a drinker. No alcohol. You want to put on a reception? Be my guest. My parents don't have the money, so they're not paying for the. This is what you get. You want something more? Feel free to pay for it. I don't even remember us having the so-called, rehearsal dinner that the groom's side of the family was supposed to take care of. We didn't have one of them either. And that was her job, not mine. Yeah. She made it very clear that she did not like me and that I wasn't good enough for her son. But you know what really pissed me off? I said, it's bad enough that she did that, but she acted like I was the best thing in the world to my mother, who knew she was lying, by the way. And she knew what she thought about me. But then what I was going to say. Oh, she says to me, you lucked out, like those cost a fortune. Yeah, we lucked out all right. My daughter paid for her own, and the groom's family paid for most of the other half of the wedding that the bride and groom couldn't afford. The groom's parents paid for it because I had no money. I paid for half my daughter's dress, and then she had to buy me a dress to wear. So that kind of almost evened itself out. My ex-husband gave her a little tiny bit of money towards the honeymoon. That was his contribution. So they had to pay for their own wedding, and the groom's family paid. And they wanted a big fancy reception, so they had to pay for it. But she told me that, your husband is just like his father. I said, why do you say that? Because I knew she didn't like his father. She divorced him. He was a terrible person. Oh my God, he was terrible. She goes, because he's going to cheat on you. I said, how do you know that? How can you even say that about your son? She said, he's just like his father. And she would keep saying these things to me all the time. The worst thing is, she was right. He did leave me for somebody else. She was a piece of work, a real piece of work. when your brother-in-law got married, your parents-in-law paid for it for a lot of people. Your parents. Oh, your parents-in-law. Parents-in-law. Yeah. Well, that's what happened with my daughter. So the groom's parents and them paid for the wedding, the honeymoon, and everything. Except the only thing was I paid for half her wedding dress, and then she had to buy me something to wear. So that almost equaled out. And then, like I said, her father gave her a little bit toward the honeymoon, and that's all he contributed. Now he makes money. He makes a lot more money than way more money than I ever made. But that's what I guess he forgot that as the groom, I mean, as the parent of the bride, he was supposed to contribute to the wedding. So the groom's parents, and he just passed on. The father just passed on. I feel so bad for both of them because he's young. He's a little bit older than me. He's 68. I'm 64. He's 68. I feel bad, but they had to pay for everything for the wedding. Between the two of them. So I hope the other kid doesn't decide to get married. I got even less now than I had then. I put down $275 for her dress. Beautiful dress. Gorgeous. And as soon as she put it on, she put a bunch of dresses on. As soon as she put that one on, it's like, I knew that is the dress for you. It was beautiful. It looked beautiful on her. Everybody there, they had her up on the pedestal in the middle of the room, and everybody's oohing and ahhing over. It looked beautiful. It was perfect for her. Yeah, those rules don't apply anymore. People are paying for their own. Yeah, a lot of people have to pay for their own weddings. With the way things are nowadays, yeah. That's why I'm like, God, if I ever got married, I'd be in big trouble. I can't afford anything. Can't afford anything when I got married the first time, and I sure don't have anything for the second time around if I did it again. I mean, I'm not really exactly planning on getting married at this point in my life. I don't have a boyfriend. I got an idiot neighbor. Certainly want nothing to do with that. Oh my God. um, yeah, a lot of the research I did showed a lot of stuff now. It said, ways to pay for your wedding, ask groom's parents to chip in. They say on average, the groom's family chips in at least $7,000 and the bride's family $19,000. And officially, back when I got married, that all they really had to worry about was his tux and the rehearsal dinner. And they didn't put on a rehearsal dinner that I remember. I sure don't remember any rehearsal dinner. And again, I don't remember any rehearsal either. I don't even know if we had a rehearsal. Did we have a rehearsal? Couldn't tell you. And that was what they were expected to pay back then. That was before things got more modernized. Now, the modern day, the bride and groom pay mostly for their wedding. A little bit chipped in from both parents. Or all by the groom in some cases. Like in my daughter's, groom's family chipped in, except for what the two of them had it in. She had a really nice wedding. It's a lot of money for one day, isn't it? And then it doesn't work out. And then you paid all that. My mother-in-law, that's the other issue. My mother-in-law, she never stopped complaining about, she paid like $9,000 or something for her daughter's wedding dress, who immediately got divorced. And the cost of the wedding, she says, I can't believe the dress costs more than the wedding cost. And, so she was going on about having paid all this money, and they got divorced immediately because it didn't work out. So they were claiming that he was abusing her. Anybody that knew her figured she was probably asking for it, because she's the kind of person you like to beat up on, She was a she still gets into my life every now and then and causes me grief. I like these new things now where they do it, and they just do the wedding and reception in a little hall. And the whole thing's done in over. You don't have to change, to another place. It's all done in one place. It can be as small as you want it to be or as big as you want it to be. Because I think the place we went to one was having a couple weddings going on at the same time. You had to make sure you knew which one you were going to. Your first wedding, you feel a little bad for your parents. Yeah, especially if they paid for a wedding and it didn't work out. My parents hardly paid anything for my wedding, and it still didn't work out, but at least they didn't lose that much. When she told me I had $500 to ring off a wedding with, I said, are you kidding me? I didn't know how I was going to do that. So she's like, well, you have your reception in the church and you just have cake and ice cream. I said, are you serious? Cake and ice cream for a wedding? Well, we did it. Cake and ice cream in the church. Paid a little bit, whatever they tipped the pastor, a little bit for one of the boys to play music. And then we had cake, ice cream, I think chips, pretzels, and some punch. That was my reception. Forget how many people showed up. I don't remember. And my mother-in-law was so furious because she didn't have any alcohol. And then there was the argument. My sister's wedding. When my sister got, she had the same thing. They said, we're not providing fancy reception with alcohol and all that. We don't believe in it. We're not doing it. And if you want it, you're going to have to pay for it. Well, they decided they wanted a reception with alcohol, so they paid for it. Boy, did they ever pay for it. But anyhow, before we get there. So she's planning my sister's wedding. And my mother-in-law's like, well, I should be invited. She wasn't on the list. I should be invited. So there was a big argument going on, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do here? My husband's getting mad at me. I said, look, I'm not planning this damn wedding. Not my job. My sister doesn't want to invite her. What do you want me to do about that? Well, he went on and on and on. So I went to my mom. I'm like, what can we do? So finally she said, well, tell you what, your grandmother has a +1. She doesn't have anybody to go with her. she can be your grandmother's +1. But she can't bring anybody else. She can't bring her own +1. She's coming as somebody else's +1. I'm like, dear God. So I told her that. So then we have the wedding. Okay, get through the wedding. We get to the reception. Everybody's having a great time. They're drinking and they're, you know, everybody's drinking. And they leave for their honeymoon, but they don't tell anybody where they're going except for what state it's in. They don't want anybody bothering them. They said we'll be in the state of, I think it was Virginia. And we don't want to be bothered. So they didn't tell anybody. They just left. And right after they left, there was a horrendous car accident. And some of her brothers-in-law, new brothers-in-law, were hurt. Besides the other people involved in the accident. They were being sued. They had to call every hotel in the state of Virginia trying to find them, to let them know that they were in the hospital from an accident because of all the alcohol that had to be served at this wedding. They were in the hospital. And they're trying, because it was his brothers. And they were trying to find them. And they had to call all over. Finally found them. And then the lawsuit started. Because this was a lot of people involved. They started, they sued the hall. They sued my sister and her husband. They tried to sue my parents because they assumed that they paid for the reception. My parents said, leave us out of it. We did not pay for that reception. We have nothing to do with it. And so leave us out of the lawsuit. Don't be trying suing us for something we had. This is one thing why we did not want alcohol involved in the wedding. They decided to have the alcohol. This is their problem. But the brothers were suing her husband and them, suing them too. Everybody that was involved was suing them for serving alcohol at the wedding. So that great, wonderful, beautiful wedding turned into a disaster. It was cheap, all things considered. My mom cut a lot of corners. For the second wedding, we had it at a restaurant, paid for everything, but I asked guests to buy their dinner and little gifts. I didn't need a bunch of stuff. Well, that's an interesting idea. Pretty cool. Wouldn't you like to have that great memory of your wedding? They're still married, by the way. Despite the craziness that went on. They're still married. But yeah, and my parents are like, that's exactly why we wanted no alcohol involved. Besides, my dad's an alcoholic. So that was another reason, but that wasn't brought up, of course. It was just the fact that they didn't want to, be responsible for something like that happening, which it did. And he was he underage? I can't remember if he was underage or not. He was young. You know that. They were all his younger brothers. And I think at least two of them were in the accident. And so they sued their own brother. They were one crazy, sue-happy mess for quite a while. $20 a person, that's not bad. Now I think when I was doing the research recently, it was like a couple $100 a person for a wedding reception. Good grief. 10 people? It's over, it's over $1,000 already. 10 people. I'm like, oh my God, I don't know how people have these big fancy. I've even been to weddings where they sit down and serve you, and you know they cost a lot more than buffets. Yeah, they are the ones that drank the alcohol and drove. Exactly. Do you think that enters into it? No. We blame it on everybody else. Well, we blame the hall because the hall was serving the alcohol. We blame the brother and the wife because they served the alcohol at the receptions and made it available. We don't have accountability for the person who should have known better and to drink and drive. So that's what she gets to remember about her wedding. Getting sued by her own brothers. Brother-in-laws. His brothers. I'll never forget that. My parents keep saying, now you see why we didn't want alcohol and why we weren't going to be responsible for the alcohol. Because they come back, they go. They were trying. They were trying to sue my parents as the people who paid supposedly for this alcohol. My parents were like, no, we did not pay for it. We had nothing to do with it. So back your train on out of here and find another track. It might have been more than $20, whatever a plate costs in a nice restaurant for chicken or steak. There was champagne too. That's pretty nice. Sounds nice. I'd hate that side of the family for sure. Yeah. I don't know how. Well, they're feuding now, but it has nothing to do with that. But that family's already feuding again. As if that issue wasn't bad enough when it happened. They're all fighting now. What are they? I can't even remember what they're fighting over. Half the family doesn't like the other half. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Honest to God. Family feuds. Stupid things. Something stupid. 40 guests? That's nice. I know we had more than 40. I don't remember exactly how many, but we had more than 40. I mean, it was hard because I have a pretty large size of my family. And it was hard trying to decide who we could invite and who we couldn't invite. Couldn't. But we could invite more people because we weren't having a big fancy reception. So, you know, it paid off that we could invite more people because we weren't buying a big fancy meal for everybody and alcohol at a reception hall. So, which is what got my mother-in-law riled up. And she's busy telling everybody what a wonderful person you are. And then out the other side, she's saying, oh, what a terrible person I am. I'm like, I knew she didn't like me. I knew from the beginning. She made that quite clear that she liked this other girl. She kept trying to throw her. She lived in another state. They used to know him when they lived in another state. And she kept trying to throw him at this girl. And he wasn't interested. But she was positive that that was the girl for him. Maybe she was. If you do it again, you'd open the fall somewhere pretty like Tahoe. Uh, so you're on your second marriage. I've had one disaster. I think kind of cured me. I mean, if the right guy came along, I guess it's possible, you know. But as of right now, I have no desire to be married. Oh, yeah, second. Yeah, I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would do it again or not. So it would depend on the situation. If I were to meet somebody, but I'm getting older now. And I know there's still a lot of older people that get married. I'm not sure if I would want to at this age. And things are done differently nowadays. And, you know, when I was married, things were done a certain way. And it's like really, like in my, we combine like all our finances together. But I have friends, and she's 15 to or more years older than me. And they had separate accounts. They were each responsible for certain bills. And that's how they still do it to this day. And I'm like, I can see the younger kids doing things that way. She's all like I said, she's in her 80s. And they did it that way, which I would have thought back then it would have been more like my parents. You know, everything got combined together into one, you know, income, and everything came out of one account. That's what I was used to. Your parents are separated but won't divorce. Too much of a pain with finances. Well, yeah, it can be, that's for sure. But staying together, you're still going to have certain pains with finances. Do they live separate or do they live together? We lived in the same house even after our divorce. Oh gosh. It's like if we don't make this break, we're never gonna make a break. I mean, why do we get divorced if we're gonna be living together? They're in their 80s, so they won't be married. Oh gosh. Oh. Hmm. My dad's gonna be 89 here soon. My mom was 79 when she passed away. They get along enough to work together on things. Their lives are very separate. She kicked them out of their house. Well, at least they're all still living together. And I think being separated, not divorced, can be really pain in the ass as well. With the finances, with the divorce, once it's done, it's done. They're still separated. There's still that hold there. Oh, no, that would never work. That's strange. I thought we were going to be divorced and living together the rest of my life. I'm like, this is ridiculous. Mom is a lot to deal with, but so is he in a way. mm. Yeah, my parents had their 50th wedding anniversary, and they weren't far from their 60th when she passed away. And they had always told me, "You're not. If you come home, make sure you come home with your husband. Don't come home without him." And when I got into trouble and got divorced and everything, and I'm struggling, I'm trying to, survive with my kid and everything, remember what my parents told me, and on and on and on. And I'm like, and I can't go home. And then my mom called one day and said something and that they had room now because they moved and they had room. I'm like, what are you trying to say? And my son said, oh, I don't want to move from here. And then he comes to me and goes, is that offer still open? I said, I don't know. So I had to call her and ask her. And she said, yeah. And they had always told me, don't come home without your husband. Well, I came home without my husband. So things change over the years. He had a girlfriend, right? Why didn't he move in with her after she split up? Because she had a husband. She had a husband and 2 kids. He had a wife and 3 kids. And he wanted to move her in with us. He asked me, I swear to God, he asked me if she could move in with us. I'm like, what? You have got to be kidding me. No, she's not moving in here with us. It's bad enough you and I are in here. And you want to bring her in here? Are you crazy? Because they couldn't afford at the moment. We couldn't sell the house. We had nowhere to go. Me and the 3 kids had nowhere to go. He wanted to keep my son. The girls were adults, so as far as he was concerned, they could go wherever the hell they wanted to go. He was only responsible for the 12-year-old son. And we couldn't afford to move, and we couldn't sell the house. We were having a heck of a time selling the house. And so finally, my daughter and I, we got divorced September 30th. Beginning of December, it was the end of November, I guess, when we finally found the place where we didn't move into the beginning of December. We said, this has got to stop. My daughter says, we were going to take the 2, it was going to be my 2 daughters and I, we were going to look for a 3-bedroom place. Because she had a baby. And he's like, oh no, you can't have this middle daughter because she has to stay here and take care of her brother. And then he moves out on her and sells the. We would have been, all of us together probably could have. There was plenty of room for us all to live there, and we could have chipped in and paid for the house. Instead, the house almost got forfeited, where they repossess it. And my son had, after being told he wasn't going to have to switch schools and lose all his friends, had to suddenly switch schools because they decided to go and move far away because both of them had jobs that were far away. So they moved over to be closer to their jobs. And they took him. And so suddenly my other daughter with the baby doesn't have anywhere to go. We're already settled. We only had a 2-bedroom place because we were told she wasn't coming with us. So we couldn't get a 3-bedroom. We got a 2-bedroom. And then she decides they were going to live there. And she says, oh, I don't want to live in the same house. I want my own house. You couldn't figure this out before we did all this? Things would have worked a little differently. Things would have went a little differently. Life would have been a little different. You had to wait until things were sort of situated and then say, no, you don't like the way things are going, so let's change everything up. You were split after their 50th anniversary. I thought 23 years was bad. Oh, gosh. He eventually moved in with her. She ended up, he comes to me and he says, house is going to be foreclosure or whatever it is that they do. I forget the term. And you need to put up half the money. I said, listen to me and listen to me closely. I have moved out of the house. I am paying rent somewhere else. You were going to live in that house with her. So you can pay the expenses for the house. Well, she wants to live somewhere else and we can't sell the house. Too bad. You made the bad mistake of saying you were staying there and pushed us all out. So we all left. So now you're stuck with the house. She had to put the money out to keep the house from going into foreclosure. She had to put all that money out. I said, I am not doing it. I said, I have my life now. I am paying rent somewhere. You kicked me out, basically, and the kids. Your problem. All yours. Have fun with it. Then he says, the lawyer, he screwed up. The land that was supposed to be ours isn't ours. We need like another $1,000 to get a lawyer to fix the mess. I don't care what you do with the house. Do whatever the hell you want with it. So she paid all that money. So he owes her big time. Big time. Yeah. But they've been together 21 years now. Even though they act like they hate each other. Probably do hate each other. I know. I can't. Nobody likes her. I don't think he likes her either. But he's been with her all this time. Things would have been long different if he had gone the other way. Because the kids loved the house. It was on the lake. They would have loved to live there. He's like, no, I'm going to stay here. Our son's staying here with us. We're going to live here and this and that. So we moved out. And my daughter wasn't allowed, like I said, she wasn't allowed to move with us because he needed a babysitter. And then he goes and moves out from underneath her. She goes, what am I supposed to do now? I don't have anywhere to live. And he didn't care. So I went and did my best and looked around and found some place. I said, look, I don't know if it's any good or not. But I found some place that's renting and gave her the number, and we went and looked at that place, and that didn't turn out. But then down the street, as I was leaving, I stopped the car because there was a sign on the lawn of this house. I stopped the car and I called her up. I said, look, I don't know if this is for a house, an apartment, or what, but it's for rent. There's a big for rent sign on the front of the street, just down from where we were just at. I said, come down here, look at it, and see, get the number and call it. So she turned around, came back, got the phone number, and called over. The guy wasn't ready to rent it yet because he was remodeling, but he let her up to look at it and everything, and he let her have it. So everything worked out, thank God. We got her a place to live. My ex dealt with his problems with his girlfriend, and finally got that taken care of. I just had to show up and sign paperwork because my name was on the deed, and I had to sign the paperwork. And it was funny, when I got there, they said, we can't do anything because we can't do such and such because we need his social security number. I said, well, I know his social security number. They said, you do? I said, yeah, of course I do. They said, well, if you have the number, we can get this proceedings underway. I said, by all means. And I gave him this number. And we got started. I said, I don't want to sit here until he finally shows up. Get started, because we had something went wrong, and they had to make last minute arrangements. I said, here's this number, get it started, so I can get out of here and sit here forever. You only need my signature on paper, and then I'm out of here. They said, well, what do we do with your portion? I love this, with your portion of the money. I said, and what portion might that be? There isn't going to be any money after the house is sold at a loss and all the bills are paid off. There ain't going to be any money to give me. And what little bit might be there has to go to him to pay for the house. Because technically I still kind of had to pay part of the house. Even though I told him that he was, stuck. I wasn't paying anything out of my pocket, but if it came out of the selling of the house or whatever, then fine, take whatever had to be toward the expenses of the house. And that's what we ended up doing. So whatever he got, I just signed it over. I just said, I'll sign it now, just send it to him. They're the one that put out all the money. I didn't. There's somebody else in here. There's always somebody sitting here lurking. Whether they're listening or not, I don't know, but they're lurking. I mean, it could have just been somebody signed it in and then going off and leaving the computer signed. I've done that before, signed into something and just left it run. Then it just runs through all the different things that are on there, whatever comes up next in the play. So I have it on autoplay. It just keeps auto-playing the next one and the next one. It keeps playing. It's been like that. They've been there forever. So it's either someone who doesn't want us to know they're there and they're lurking, someone who signed in and then just left it and never, never signed out, someone who's lurking to see what they can find out. I have no clue, but there's been two people up there. In the beginning, BA was here, and then he kept having problems with his internet, and then he disappeared. And then the number came back to 2 again. So somebody else. Well, that's the thing. Everybody's going to Twitch. I found out by going to Twitch that everybody's going to Twitch. And I hate Twitch. I was on Twitch. I didn't like Twitch. So the sprints are all being held on Twitch. So if you go to Devin's thing, you'll see a lot of Twitch sprints on there. That's where they all have switched to. Hardly anybody's using StreamYard anymore. Whether there'll be more, there's more new people, because now seems the new thing now is you get your channel and you start streaming right away. Whereas before you got your channel, you started making videos, you started making a name for yourself, you started going to streams, then you started your stream. Now the first thing you do is start streaming right away. Like, well, things have sure changed since I started this. So most of the streams that you see nowadays are new people. There's a few of us that are still here. But even Charlie's talking about taking his all over to Twitch. And I don't know if he switches to all his Twitch. I keep saying his. There. Switch theirs all to Twitch. I don't know what's going to end up happening since I'm, on Wednesdays I'm streaming. I don't know. Will that mean I'll have to switch to Twitch after all? I really don't. It's something similar. They can stream on it, but I don't know how similar it is to StreamYard. But for some reason, there's something about it. Everybody's switching to Twitch, and I didn't like what I saw. And they talk about levels and being affiliates and having so many people. It's like, it's like a YouTube. It's like a mini YouTube, really, that you can stream on. I didn't like what I saw of it. So I don't know what's going to end up happening in the future. Because as you see, there's not many people looking for streams either. Because even the few that are out there, it's not like they're having high amounts. And I know Kate Kavanaugh switched. She switched. I have not seen Brooke Passmore lately. I don't know if she switched over to Twitch. I haven't seen Courtney, the Courtney Project. I haven't seen her. I don't know if she switched over. I haven't seen any of those people. All you see now are these little streams like me, with just a couple people at them. None of us get a lot of people. Jules gets quite a few. The Darlene writer, she gets sometimes in the 30s. The rest of us are all pretty small. I don't know what she does that's different, but she did something and people started following her. And I try and make sure I don't make she's usually during the day, and how often am I out of bed during the day to do streams? But she sets strict hours. She has very short streams, sprints, and very strict 2-hour sprints. 4 to 8, well, 3 2-hour days and 1 Sunday will be 3 hours. And I follow right after hers. So she goes from 3 to 5 on Sunday, and then I go from 5 till forever, usually. To Twitch. There weren't anything live when I went there. At least that I knew, of the people I knew. Because it's like you have to have a sign and name, and you have to, you use a name and everything. And it's a lot of gamers there. It's great for gamers, and a lot of these people are gamers. They're like Charlie and Cat Leo and a couple other of them. They're all big on gaming. So for them, it's great. It's really good from what I understand for gamers. But Kate Kavanaugh took her group over there. So you never see, she, and she sprinted not too long ago and said something about, because of Twitch, she couldn't do it because of Twitch. I thought she meant she was coming back to StreamYard. I said, oh, good, things are going to come back to normal. Now, something just happened that day and she couldn't stream on Twitch, so she was coming to StreamYard for the day. I'm like, shoot. So that's where everything is. There's nothing out there anymore because everybody's going to Twitch. And you could stream to both. You can stream both to YouTube and Twitch. From here, you can stream to both. I don't know how, but you can. So I don't know. I mean, this might end up being, I mean, is it worth it? I mean, it's nice having somebody to be with when you're writing and, springing with, but the people are going to Twitch, so except for some new people, which you won't see their streams unless you sign up to them. If you're, so you won't see them. Because Devin goes, he signs up for everybody. And when he does his streams, he has all these people listed. I'm like, who the heck are these people? They're all new people, but they're all on Twitch. So if you go to his, his listing of streams, not too many left on StreamYard. I don't know if it'll pick up in March or not. We're almost there. That's the month before Nano, and that's usually packed with streams. You can't even find a spot that doesn't have 10 other people streaming. It's like you have your choice of anybody possible, just about, at any time of the day. It's usually, but I don't know if it's going to be that way this year. Did you want to sprint again? People are watching these things. I got quite a few views when I go to my analytics. I get quite a few views. So people are coming by afterwards, after it's run, and watching, viewing it. I don't know for how long. My view time was starting to come down because I don't think they're watching very long. The other thing that Charlie said was that they found out that when they stream, they lose people. And when they post a video, they gain people. So it was like a tug and, constant tug back and forth. And that's the other reason they wanted to switch to Twitch, because they think, streaming here, for some reason, they're losing people. But I don't necessarily know that that's the reason. That's what they're blaming it on. It's mostly gaming. But if you look for, let's see, Kavanaugh, I think Kate is Kavanaugh Writes. And Cat Leo is Cat Leo Writing, I think, are the names they use in there. Hi, Courtney. Nice to see you. We were just talking how people are switching to Twitch. But it is mainly gaming. That's what I saw when I went over there. And they're all into gaming. I don't know about Kate Kavanaugh, but they're all into gaming. So they're, Twitch seems to be the thing. And now Jules is doing both Twitch, and maybe that's why her stream is picked up, because she has both Twitch and YouTube. We were just discussing how things are hardly any any streams and, you know, whatnot. There's not many people out there. I said, no, because they're all going to Twitch. uh, it's like, you know, I run these things. I'm wait, you know, a lot of hours I spend, and sometimes I don't get anybody for quite a while. It's like, should I stay on here or not? So I'll just set the timer and work while and see if anybody shows up. I mean, I never expect to be a super huge channel, but you know, one person. I'd like to have a few more than one. It looks kind of funny when you look and say, oh, they had one view. Wow. One viewer. So like we take turns running around from all the different streams trying to, you know, leave a like and everything. So there's something there, you know, but things have really died down. I don't know if it's going to pick up. This is the month coming up, the month before Nano camp, so maybe it'll pick up a little bit. You plan on doing your quiz here, or you just stopping by on your way to your quiz? Oh, cool. I'm going to hang out here a little bit. That's good. It is weird in the gym. Twitch. You're talking about, I assume. It is weird. I don't even like the setup. It's so dark and whatnot, but it seems to be the thing. And you're right, Laura. We have not seen Laura in a while, and she didn't have her um, streams this week either. I knew she wasn't doing Monday because she was supposed to be helping a friend, and then she said her friend's living with her for the week until she can move back to the U.S. And she had to move out of her apartment, and she was going to help her. So maybe that's why she didn't stream on Wednesday, because her friend's there. But no, I haven't seen her. I don't remember seeing her on Charlie's the other day either. New things are always exciting, but they die down. Yeah, right now it's really the last stream of hers I was on was a bit heavy. Lars? What do you mean by heavy? She usually don't have many people. She's like me, small. Or do you mean the content? Our little pal wasn't there. She's been there lately, though. Again, she's come back. You know who I'm talking about? And she's a little more well behaved. Still a little crazy at times, but not like what she was doing there for a while. Yeah. Oh, that one. again, or the one, because there was one that she made Laura cry. She made her cry, and I felt really bad. And, you know, everybody was trying to do like what we did, you know, and she was putting on this big thing. You gotta bail. There are times I can't deal with this stuff. Yeah. I told the aide about it. She asked me every now and then. I said, well, she's kind of behaving. She hasn't been around much lately. She goes, you know, she's doing that just for the attention. I said, well, you might have a point there. I don't know for sure. I don't know if she really has a problem or if she's doing it for attention. If she's doing it for attention, she's got a problem anyhow. She's been not as bad the last two that I saw her on. So yeah, she does still do that kind of stuff. But at least Laura wasn't crying. Well, should we do a sprint? We've had our break. We should at least do a sprint. And maybe Courtney needs the time to work on her quiz. I don't know how your quiz works. I think it might have been the second one. Laura really didn't give her much when I was watching. All right. Well, she had Laura crying in one of them. She just kept going and going, and everybody was talking to her like we were trying to, you know, about getting help, and they were giving her the suicide hotline number. I mean, they were literally looking up the number and giving her and telling her to call this number. So I don't know what started it. I didn't see the whole beginning. I only got in there, and when I got in there, I saw that Lizzie was doing her thing, and I looked at Laura's face, and I could see the tears in her eyes starting to drip down her face. I'm like, oh my God, what has she done? All right, good. We're going to go on a sprint, and hopefully that'll help you, Courtney. I guess I don't know how you have to do your quiz, or you can just do whatever it is you want to do. So let me set up the timer. It's set up for 30 minutes. We'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, yeah. Laura is sweet, and I felt bad, and there wasn't anything I could do. I tried talking to Liz, but she wasn't listening to anybody. She just kept going on and on and on. Crazy things. I mean, the things that were coming out of her mouth, I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, really? Honestly? And it makes me wonder, just what are her parents doing? Do they know what she's doing? She said something about she stopped her blog. Well, I haven't gotten any blog notifications lately, so she must have stopped the blog, like she said. But she shouldn't have been doing that. I told her, you shouldn't have your name on your blog. You don't do that. You're not even 18. You don't have the right to put your name on there for someone to come along and possibly try something. And she's always putting herself down, though. The same old stuff that she did when she was here. Just worse. I mean, really bad that night. All right. Well, I'm going to see what I can think about my story. The whole idea. And you go ahead and write in your ending. I know you said you got about 2,000 words left. All right. I'll see you guys back in about 28 minutes. Okay, Amelia, you popped in. This time we pulled the carpet out from under your feet. You didn't sneak in on us. Well, you did, but we just didn't know you were here. Hi, Amelia. Sorry I didn't see you come in. I was on another page working on my spreadsheet. Hey, Jan, I think I got it. I'm going to make her a factory worker and part-time restaurant worker. I just have to work out. Because when I worked at the factory, we had overtime, mandatory. So 40 hours plus 8 hours of mandatory overtime. And then it's going to make it hard at the restaurant. But she's going to have to work 2 6-hour shifts and 2 8-hour shifts. But I can do it. Well, yeah, you did. Well, you could sneak in and just not say anything and just sit there and we wouldn't even know you were there. Usually I say her name and she appears. Well, this time I didn't say her name and she just appeared. And she's like, where is everybody? So yes, Amelia, you can sneak in. We didn't see you. I'm very sorry. Hello. How are you? I think I finally fixed my issue with my jobs. So now maybe I can move forward with this story and not hang here and pull my hair out. Oh, okay. Okay. I thought about waiting till the sprint was over, but I want to prove a point that I really don't try to do the thing. Well, see, you're right. We didn't know it because we were busy doing other things. So we didn't notice. Sorry. Usually all I do is say, Amelia's not here yet. Boom, there she is. Yeah, but how's that sound, Jen? She works in a factory. She has to work 5 8-hour days. And then she has to work 1 mandatory 8-hour day on the weekend. And then at the restaurant, she'll work 2 6-hour days and 2 8-hour days. So if she works Tuesday and Thursday, 6 hours, whatever time that's going to end up being. I haven't figured the. I don't know if the hours will make. Yeah, I think I mentioned the hours. 2 6-hour days, Tuesday and Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday she can work 8-hour days. For Saturday, it means 8 hours at the factory and then 8 hours at the restaurant. I've done that. It's hard, but it can be done. And after a while, you get really swung, like she gets uptight, wound up, the whole bit. Of course, she was pregnant too, so I kind of added to the whole thing. Okay, so yes, we were busy being productive. Okay, so that sounds good. Great. Finally worked that out. Using the amounts that I found on Google. I've been struggling with this for how many days now? So she's not a doctor anymore. Nothing to do with doctor anymore. And the restaurants where she's going to meet the people for book 2. So that'll work out. So I just wrote it down on a piece of paper, and how much you bet that paper gets up and walks away too. Also, I had put on here that she has a brand new car. She no longer has a brand new car. So she doesn't have a almost $500 car payment. So that helped bring the amount of money she has to pay each month down. So her car now is going to be a 2013 Ford Mustang, paid off. She paid it off. So although when they first got married, though, she still would have, if it's a 2013, she'd still be paying it off. I overthink things. See, I overanalyze things. All right. Make the car a little bit older. Buy it used. Paid it off in the beginning. Because there's car repairs. The older your car gets, the more you have to worry about car repairs, which aren't on here. Of course, I can fudge numbers in the housing too. It's not like I have to give the exact budgeting of how I came up with this whole thing. It just has to be plausible. It's going to be a 2013. I don't want to be too old that she's going to be constantly repairing it. Okay, great. No car payment. It's old enough to be paid off. Got it. All right, so wrote that down. It's one. Do I need? Oh, my goodness. I'm not going to write all these other things down. Came up with my numbers. Should be good enough. Shouldn't have to. I think I notated them on my. I sort of notated them on my spreadsheet, which I should copy that into the book story Bible so it's there. So we know why all that stuff. Yeah, probably should put that in the story Bible. Okay, got that figured out. Now I can start moving forward with my story a little bit. Oh my gosh. I have analyzed and agonized over this thing for way too long. Reminder to self, do not do that to yourself next time. Do not do that to yourself again. That was crazy. Really crazy. Because there's kind of spots in my second story where that could possibly end up being something I end up having to do again. So I think hopefully I learned a little something from that little exercise. Oh, your quiz is done. Cool. Probably going to go to sleep soon. I'm attempting to write 18K on one day tomorrow, so I need to rest. 18K, wow. Good luck with that. That's more than a normal 10K. That's almost twice the normal 10K sprints. 18K. You're going to be doing some heavy duty Writing tomorrow, that's for sure. I remember Kate was doing, I think, what was it, 24K? Or was she just writing for 24 hours? I think she was writing for 24 hours. Found out that was a little bit harder than she thought it was going to be. Well, good luck with it. I rarely put myself in those kind of positions where I have to write a certain amount. I try not to, anyhow. He will definitely be here for tomorrow night's friends to help me get through. Okay. Sounds great. We start at 5 Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. You need a short little break in between each one. You can't just write 24 hours straight or 18. I mean, I don't know how long 18K will take you to write. It varies for different people. It varies on how you write, varies on what you're writing. But 18K is pretty ambitious. And Amelia says she's being more productive than she normally is. Well, that's good. Well, we are going to script more tomorrow. At least I am. I don't know if you're coming tomorrow, but I know. I mean, I know I'll be here. I'm the one hosting it. I don't have a choice. I'm hosting it, remember? Nice to know you'll be here tomorrow. Are you trying to tell me you're going to bed now? It's 11:44 here. So it's still pretty early where you are. You're going to bed already? Well, you're just done writing. You don't want to write the end of that story. That's your problem, right? You don't want to write the end of your story. We chatted a lot tonight. Yes, we did, which is fine. Sometimes chatting instead of writing is a good thing. Need a little break. Me, me is me, question mark. What do you mean, me? Question mark, no. I missed something tonight or what? What are you answering to? I'm confused. Oh, you are finishing it tonight and hitting submit, so you need the money. Okay. Oh, okay. I asked if you were planning on, I thought you were leaving me, like, right now. You've worked too loud before, haven't you? Yeah, that's what I was asking, because I thought that's what you were telling me, that you were going now because you were going to sleep. I'm like, it's really early where you are. And a Saturday. Was it anything like the conversation you walked in on yesterday? I'm not sure, Amelia, because I'm not sure which one you walked in on yesterday. Jen and I have some pretty deep conversations. Though the other night I had one with Greg, very deep, on my end, with him with the questions. Question me, I answer. Oh, the photo lab stuff. Yeah. No, I don't think we were talking on anything quite that deep. Though we did talk about husbands, marriages, and stuff like that. The good old days. uh, Sounds like an interesting job. Well, also interesting for the poor people like me who got sent by their husband innocently expecting to pick up family pictures to pick up sex pictures. But yeah, I'm sure you did have a lot of fun. I know the guys that were on the night I picked those pictures up were having a grand old time. I was embarrassed as all get out. uh, I've done a lot of weird jobs. I had a bicycle route delivering newspaper. I made a lot of money for a kid. And everybody kept saying, how come you get so much money? We don't get all that money. I said, because when the person says to me, could you please deliver my newspaper in front of my door and not throw it in the puddle outside on the ground, I deliver the paper in front of their door or in their mailbox or wherever it is that they ask me to take it. And sometimes I had to climb stairs to the second floor apartment. And I didn't just throw it at the bottom of the stairs. I climbed the stairs and put the paper outside their door. And they tip nice when you do that. And they give you great Christmas gifts. Even my own brother says, how come you get so much money? I don't get that much money. That's how you get money. You do what the customers ask. Simple as that. And even the ones that didn't ask, I made sure the paper was in a nice dry spot, easy to get. You didn't have to ask. That was probably the weirdest job I ever had, delivering newspapers by. Because after that, they went to newspapers in cars. And the newspaper routes by bike pretty much went away. It became an adult job. It wasn't a kid job anymore. Worked in restaurants, factory, offices. And I had a lot of jobs that I got, and I get there on the first day and they were closed. You know how many times that happened to me? My mother would drive me up, drop me off, and drive away. And I'd look at the door, walk over to read what the sign said, and it says closed, out of business. And I'd go over and sit down on the curb and start crying. My mom would arrive. She had an idea from the sign on the door. She better not go too far. I guess she drove around the curb or something, around the block or something. She comes up. I get in. She hands me a little white pill. That was the tranquilizer because I was traumatized again. And I had that happen to me so many times that I'd go for my first day of work and the place would have shut down between the time they hired me and the time I was supposed to start. I don't believe how many times that happened to me. Here comes Mom with the little white pill. Good old days. Mom was always there. We had a car accident. We were going skiing. She had my brother and sister, and I was with Andy, my now ex. And we had been in a car accident. And she comes up, drives up. She goes, oh, my God. She stops the car. She gets out. She walks over. She looks at the mess. She looks at us. She says, are you okay? We're fine. She goes, do not move. I will be right back. I have got to get your brother and sister over so they don't miss the skiing trip. I will be right back. She drove off down the street. We weren't going anywhere. Cops were just getting there. Sitting there, she comes pulling up, gets out of the car, walks over, hands me a little white pill. There was my tranquilizer for my traumatizing situation. Good old times. Now I take them myself. But then I was a child. I had to, they had to be doled out by the parent. Ever had a job, Amelia? I know you're in school. I don't know whether you have a job or not. Mm. I got to figure out what he drives. They had to ramp down their expenses. They're getting a little out of hand. Should we sprint again? Nope, never had a job. Well, I guess I did get paid for helping at the hay at my aunt's farm. Only a few hours though, not nearly enough for taxes. Cool. The not paying taxes is great. Kind of like my newspaper job. Not enough to pay taxes. They didn't have to worry about paying taxes. Jen, you only had about 5 jobs? Wish I could say that. I've been laid off so many times. It isn't funny. I was fired from a couple. Not really fired. What do you call it? Get the term. Might as well have been fired, but terminated. Terminated from 2 for stupid reasons. And no, I don't like change much either. I usually stay at whatever job I happen to be at, but they all kept laying me off. There wasn't anything I could do about it. They kept shutting down and laying me off. It's like, man, I have to look for another job. I can't believe this. Longest job I had was probably the factory. That was probably my longest job. You're pretty productive at a job. They usually want to keep me there. I used to think I was, I like a good worker, but I kind of forgot about the episodes with the bipolar and what they did. And I had a bad problem of, I also have ADHD, so I had a focus problem. But for the most part, I mean, I was a good worker. And one job I had, they even paid me extra because I came up with ways to save money and did things faster. So they even gave me a raise and I got promoted. Promoted twice. Yeah, so I do pretty good. Amelia says, I feel if I don't find something I like, I could do 20 different jobs in my lifetime. Well, that's kind of what happened. I didn't like most of my jobs. There were very few that I really liked. I have so many interests and have never been able to really pin down one for goals. My ex-husband said to me that the fact that I didn't have any money when we got divorced was my fault because I didn't have a career. I was supposed to go get a career. Now, when we got married, he told me he wanted me to stay home with the kids. And then when we get divorced, he says, it's all your fault because you didn't have a career. What part of this doesn't sound right to you? Oh, hi, Greg. Jen said, that being said, they weren't great jobs. First, fast food, retail, courier, current job, and I worked at a hair salon as a receptionist. I guess you go. Yeah, sounds like me. How you doing, Greg? Writing tonight? I think I finally got my situation with the jobs figured out that we've been dealing with for days now, with me and my spreadsheet and my agonizing over what she's going to be. I think I finally got it figured out. My fast food job was one of the ones that quit on me before I started. I got there to work and they went out of business. And then I worked at Dunkin' Donuts, but that was waitressing then. It's not like it is now. Jen said I had a lot of flaky moments over the years, though. I'm surprised I wasn't fired. I had a couple. I had one where the supervisor takes me by the arm and she drags me into the superintendent's office and says, I can't deal with her. All she does is cry. I look at her, she cries. You deal with her. I was on medication at the time. I was having issues adjusting to the medication. And I got a lecture on, how everything is an opportunity. And, oh, he really laid it on thick. Like, I really needed all this crap. You're not my therapist. Give me a break. Yeah, bunch of crap. He says, I am not too bad. I woke up about 3:30 a.m. It is about 5 now. My sleep cycle is all over the place. Yeah, me too. Jen says, now I have my dream job writing, just part-time right now. I guess that makes 6. Yeah, it's still a job. Amelia says sleep schedules are for the crazy. I wouldn't know what a sleep cycle is. Never had one. I sleep when I can or when I want to. But as for sleep cycle, I don't know how many people told me, if you go to sleep earlier, you'll get up earlier. That's all you have to do. You can change it. I said, you don't understand. It does not work that way. I am a night owl. It does not matter what time I go to sleep and have to be at work at 7 a.m. in the morning. It's not going to make me go to sleep earlier the night before. I still have to get up. If I lay down at 4 o'clock in the morning and I have to get up at 5 o'clock to get ready for work, then that's what I get, 1 hour sleep. I can do that for months and months and months on end. It's not going to change anything. That's why I look for jobs that had night hours so I could work all night, because that's when I'm awake. My body decides to forcibly reset sometimes, but I haven't had a real sleep schedule in years. Oh, I hate when that happens. Yeah, it'll suddenly shut itself down for 24 to 36 hours, and it doesn't matter what, I can't wake up. I'm done. So it is over, I'm done. I've had that happen. So Greg doesn't work either. Right now, Jen, I think you're the only one working. I don't remember if we've asked before or not. The only thing I knew for sure is he lives in Ireland. Greg says I don't go to college either, even though I always keep learning. I think we all mostly usually keep learning. I like to keep learning. I like to learn new stuff. He used to have a job, got deeply depressed, and then got onto disability. Oh, welcome to the group. So, although mine was physical when I started, my mental disabilities got kicked into overgear, and so they were included in my disability. So I got it for both. Like I said, I did nothing for a while. Now I am working on my novel and some YouTube videos on my channel. Cool. Jen said, I don't think you necessarily have to go to college to learn. No, there's many ways to learn things, for sure. Jen says, I hear that, Greg. I have days where I don't know how I get up. Amelia says, especially on Skillshare, this week's sponsor. Well, they're not sponsoring me. I know I watched Kate Kavanaugh the other day, and she says this video is being sponsored by Skillshare. Skillshare. More on that later. I'm like, oh, another Skillshare video. I guess they pay them. I don't know. I don't know what they do. I'm an unmonetized channel and then nothing about all that. I've heard several people say they were sponsored by Skillshare. Jen said, I'd kind of like to be a lifetime college student. Just keep learning. I would like it if I could do it without the pressure of testing and it being so important, because that's where I have a problem with, is the testing. Even though I can do it, I know the stuff, and I was a straight A student, the stress of testing got to me. It still gets to me now. So I would love to learn if I didn't have to worry about, producing all these tests with great scores on them, because that's when I start to freak out. Greg says, I think I mentioned it before, but I was considering making a Udemy or Skillshare course. I don't know if you mentioned it or not. You might have. Kind of sounds familiar. I didn't really investigate Skillshare, so I've heard it, but I don't really know exactly what it is. Because I know they come up quite often. They sponsor a lot of people's videos, and I never actually paid attention to what it is that they do. Well, Jen's heard of Udemy, whatever that is. The Skillshare the same idea, she asks. I don't know what either of them are exactly. Online classes. Well, I've heard of masterclass. Reasonably priced. Well, that's always a help. Yeah, reasonably priced. My biggest problem is when I sign up for a class and then because of the bipolar, I'm not feeling the desire to do it. And I end up not doing it, and then I can't go back later on and finish it up like it's available at a set time, and it's not something that you can just, sign up for and it be available when you're ready to use it. And that's kind of what happened with the Writer's Digest. Obviously, when they offer a class, you have to take it right that moment. I paid for some classes, and then I started them, and then I didn't finish them, and then I couldn't find them to finish, and I wanted to finish them. And that's I kind of need something where I'm not locked into at a certain time, because I can't always guarantee I'm going to be in the mood to do it. You pronounce Udemy pretty much like you would Academy. Udemy. I guess it's Udemy. Jen says my only issue is that I have the attention span of a gnat and have trouble sitting too long in front of something like that. That's what I was kind of referring to, yeah. I spent money for classes that I wasn't able to take because it wasn't on my schedule, obviously. It was on their schedule. And I guess I didn't take them fast enough. And the access to them was no longer available. And it just seems to me that it should be available till you're finished. That's what I think. I'm sure most people don't care what I think. That's beside the point. Because I would love to take a lot more of these writing classes. If I could be sure that I would want to sit there at that point in time and take it. I can't guarantee that. And then to lose out because I don't feel like doing it at that precise moment, it's not available when I feel like doing it. I just think that's a problem. I know it's not their problem, it's my problem, but there are a lot more people like me than, you would imagine. It seems to me that so many of us that write have the same sort of stories, same sort of problems, same sort of life. I mean, everything's different to a point, but, at this point in my life, yeah, Jan, I do forget everything I learned 5 minutes later. It's terrible. I go to the doctor's office and they tell me these things, and I get out of the doctor's office. It's like, oh, great. What did he say I was supposed to do? I don't remember. Sometimes I call the office and say, I got a problem. I forgot what the doctor told me. Oh, I hate that. So, yeah. That's why I like to take notes. That's why I got a million pieces of paper sitting here around me. I keep taking the same notes over and over again, too. And then they disappear, and then I take them all over again. Very aggravating. Just trying to remember something. Something that came and went right out of my head. Oh, boy. Yeah, and I kind of like things to be, on my schedule, because it's not like I like to get up early. And if I do, I'm not going to be productive. And to go to a class, because I'll get, notices for, oh, such and such class is starting, and it's like going to be on, such and such in the day. Well, forget it. I'm not going to make it on a day class. I'm going to make it when I'm, available. Wait a minute. I gotta go back to where I have to go back a little bit further here. Amelia says I have the opposite problem. I remember some things for 5 minutes, but I remember most things for days or months, sometimes years. And at work, Jen says there are a lot of sticky notes everywhere. That's what it's like around here, only they're not sticky notes. They're just piles of notes. Some of them aren't sticky notes. Some of them are stuck to the side of my thing, but I don't have a lot of space to stick things. So I have piles of papers. It's my sticky note issue. But yeah, I had the sticky note syndrome. Around work, I used to have the sticky notes all around my computer monitor. Jen says the good stuff with the useless stuff, Amelia. Oh, getting hungry again. Should we think about another sprint? I have to get up tomorrow to take my neighbor to good Kentucky Fried Chicken. I can't. He drives me crazy, and if I don't take him, he's just going to keep bugging the hell out of me till I do. Just take him tomorrow and be done with it. Yeah, he says both. I don't know what scale my brain uses to decide whether to remember something or not. I can recall so much trivia, but the entirety of calculus, I'd rather have to spend a week relearning it. A week? A week to learn it? Calculus. Oh my God. I don't even touch stuff. Not for me. Sprint, anyone? Greg says I'm okay with the sprint. I have to read a chapter of this book. Jen's daughter is obviously home. The house is loud again. And she sighs. Okay, let's do a sprint. I want some food. That's one of the things I need to deal with, food. And I want to, got other things I got to do. All right, so we're going to do 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Jen said, yes, I get to finish, I hope. That would be good. I'll see you all in a little while. Okay. Now, I copied the spreadsheet into my story Bible. So all the financials for that story are in there. And I don't know if there's any other financials I have to do, but that's the financials I did so far. They're in now copied into Story Bible. And I changed the name of the restaurant to an Italian restaurant instead of French. Came up with a new French name for the owner, and I changed the times. I have to go back and look at that paragraph again and see if there's something else I need to fix on it. So I made an actual change in the document. Hooray! I see you guys have been busy talking away over here. I'm not going to go back through the whole thing. We're obviously talking to each other. And Jen says she's so close to finishing. I know she had like 2,000 words when she started tonight. So that's good. And how did everybody else do? So I actually made a stab at my document. There's a change made in the document. It's a step in the right direction. So I changed it from French to an Italian restaurant. I changed the hours. Since she's working at a factory now, the hours are usually 7 to 3. I mean, she can start earlier at the restaurant, so she can work from 4. Like if they close at 10, so she can work 4 to 10. That'll give her 6 hours on the 2 days, Tuesday and Thursday. And then Friday and Saturday, she'll work 4 to midnight, and they'll close at midnight for the weekend. Has Sunday off, Monday and Wednesday off. Night. Sunday completely off. Monday and Wednesday nights off. Friday, she'll have to work 2 8-hour shifts, unfortunately. And I've done it. It's hard, but it can be done. But this is all leading up to her losing control because she's just so friggin' tired. And the pregnancy doesn't help. Okay. So she's close to finishing. I'm about 400 away, but eating soon. And Greg said I did some reading. More to do. Okay. Amelia did not say anything. I'm not even sure she's still here. So it says only 2 people are here. And since I'm talking to Greg and Jen, I think it's possible Amelia's not here anymore. And like I said, I've made some decisions. I made a few changes in the document. So I'm actually making progress going forward. I mean, I still have a lot to do and a lot to fix, and that's just the beginning. Well, there's Amelia. And she just popped back in. Now it says 3 again. Can't trust that thing. It lies. I'm not talking about you, Amelia. I'm talking about the counter on the yard stream. They told me there was only 2 here, and since I was talking to 2 people, I assumed you had left. Now it says there's 3 here, and you are talking to me, so that makes 3. Okay. So that's a start in the right direction. I was here the whole time. I don't know what happened. I don't either. Oh, now it says 4. That thing is so crazy. I mean, people just clicking on it will momentarily probably set that timer, that counter off. So somebody, clicks on it and then clicks off it again. You'll see the numbers change. Because I'll sit there and I'll see the numbers changing. And I guess that's what's happening. All right, so you were here. It was just screwy. I already know it's screwy. Now it says 4 people are here. So maybe 4 people are here. Really hard to say. But I feel as if I actually made a stab at something today. I actually got somewhere today and made some decisions and made some changes in my document. So that's definitely a start. There's still a lot I need to do. There's still a lot I want to do. But I got started. Yay. She's no longer a doctor. She's not even a nurse. She works in a factory and she works in a restaurant. Needs both jobs to cover all those expenses. So she's driving an older car. I have to remember to change that when I get to the part about the new car, because she's not driving a new car anymore. I have to look up what year I want the years of vehicles to be right. He needs a vehicle to pull the sailboat trailer because it's a small sailboat. It says it can go on a trailer. I know my friend had sailboats and he pulled them on trailers. And those were, as far as I know, were the boats he raced. And they have a little, cabin underneath of them. And then they have room up on top. So 3 of them raced the boat. And then there was a little cabin underneath. So he and his wife could actually sail on the boat if they wanted to and take a vacation. So it's on a trailer. Decided to leave during the summer. He'll have it in a slip, a mooring. So, because they go out in the summer all the time, but when winter comes, it has to come out of the water. New Jersey gets cold fast. Can't take a chance, or like he can probably have it in the water like June, July, and August, and then it has to come out of the water. But he could, if they wanted to sail, drive it with the trailer, pull it to a warmer area, and then put the boat in. He would have to have it re-winterized to bring it back up to New Jersey, of course. But that doesn't have to go all in this story, unless it pertains to the story in some way. So, trying to figure out how to cut expenses so they don't have a super large boat. The house is just a 3-bedroom, even though it's got I'm trying to decide whether to have a 2 or 3-bay garage. Because originally I was basing it a lot on a person I knew, and so I was using like the vehicles he drove and stuff like that. So I could cut out a vehicle and just make 1 vehicle, but it has to be something that he can enclose. So like if he uses a pickup truck, he wouldn't be able to put things like computer parts and stuff in there. It has to be enclosed. So it's either 2 vehicles or maybe an SUV, because an SUV could still pull a boat. A big SUV could pull a boat. All right, Amelia says, my grandma's neighbors had a big annoying boat. Have a big annoying boat. Power boat or sailboat? You know one thing, they're expensive. That's one of the things why I was saying that she needed another job, is because running that sailboat, buying one's bad enough, but then there's a lot of money you have to put into those. They'll use them each time you sail to put them in a slip and keep them there, unless you're going to take it back and forth every day by trailer, which could do. Actually, since you're living next door, there's a marina next door on the beach. They have a trailer. During the summer, they could just trailer it and take it back and forth when they wanted to sail. Pay for the slip only when they use it. Certainly cut down the amount of expenses they need. A motorboat, I think it's so huge, and they park it in a way that reflects directly into my grandma's window, into her eyes as she's sitting on her chair. Well, now that sucks. That really sucks. And that's like, how do you go over there and say, hey, can you move the boat? It's in my grandma's eyes. They're like, yeah, right, get out of here. People are so rude nowadays. It was funny. Is she able to move her chair? I'm trying to think of the easier. What's the easier thing? Going over and confronting the neighbors, or maybe changing her chair to a different spot so it's not reflecting in her eyes, because that could glare. I can imagine the glare off the front glass on those boats, especially a motorboat would have that glass across windshield. Tar and feathers worked during the Revolutionary War. Um, I'd like to see your grandma out there tar and feathers somebody. That would be funny. I think it's outlawed. I think it's against the law right now. Tar and feather people. I might be doing more research. I might be trying to not well, yeah, in a way it does kind of, not totally, I guess. Just making more work for myself. It might cost a little less not to have a slip. And how much it's in my spreadsheet. If he was just bringing it down for the day, though, he could bring it down, put it in the water, then park his car. He lives right next door. He just needs a trailer though. So why pay for a slip when you live next door and you can trailer your boat and just park it in your yard, and something to think about. Amelia says we can put the blinds down though, not too big of a deal, just annoying to change it daily. Well, I'm glad at least that you can put the blinds down. Made it sound like she was sitting there with being blinded every day. That word doesn't sound right, but I don't know what the right word would be. So are you writing tonight, Amelia? Hmm. Sprint. Didn't answer my question, lady. Girl, or whatever you are. I assume you're at least female. Could be wrong. Wouldn't be the first man to pretend to be a woman. Are you guys ready to sprint again? You didn't hear question. You don't miss much, girl. The original question was, are you writing tonight? That was the original question. Then I made a comment about the fact that it wouldn't be the first time a man pretended to be a male. I said, I assume you're female, but it wouldn't be the first time a man's pretended to be a male. I'm assuming you're a female, but I should never assume. I've learned that lesson many times. I've learned that lesson about assuming. Should we sprint again, guys? Yeah, chapter 2 is getting spicy. I'm female. Well, I figured you kind of were going by the name of Amelia, but like I said, there have been many a man pretending to be a female. Chapter 2 is getting spicy, huh? Okay, let's see here. Timer, 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Alrighty. All right, Amelia. Good night. You didn't stink off this time. I saw you. She might have snuck off, but I called her as soon as she posted that. Now she might have snuck off just as she hit it and clicked it. uh, crazy. All right, back to that one. Mm. Oh, didn't mute myself again. Alrighty. I was back to researching again. Because I was thinking about trailering my sailboat instead of getting a slip at the marina. This is a lot close if you get a slip at the marina. But traveling, I mean, they bought a house next to they built their house next to a marina. So basically, it's driving it across the street to the marina and using their launch to launch the boat. So I'm getting an idea on how that works and how much. It's certainly cheaper than paying money every month for, your boat being in the water. But if you use your amenities, you can, there's, as I said that in the thing, because I knew my friend, was part of a club and that they had parties and stuff. And they mentioned that in here, and depending on where you go, that some of them do have, different activities if you're a member. So you would have to pay a monthly fee. So I'm trying to decide if I want to add this monthly fee. This is going to change all my numbers, of course. Or do I just want to trailer it over when the days are actually going to sail, which if I think back on my friend, he only sailed one day on the weekend, unless they were going on a trip, which was rare. So trailering it over there one day a week, on the weekend, of course, we're in the busiest time when you're sitting in line waiting to launch your boat, and then take the trailer after the boat's in the water. You take the trailer, your truck and trailer, and take it to the parking lot. But if you have a slip, you can just drive down, park, run down the thing, and hop on the boat, and off you go. But there's, of course, yay, Jen finished. Cool, she's getting paid. I'm back to thinking again. Because it is a major expense, which I took off because I figured I'd just have them trailer it. And then you got to be careful with the trailering because it can only be so wide to trailer it without using a wide load. And when, of course, New Jersey is the smallest, narrowest one, the boat can't be more than 8 feet wide. I don't know how wide these sailboats are. I have no clue. I know he had a trailer, and I know he must have trailered his. But I don't know what the boat. I never paid much attention to it, really. Because I was never on it. I just used to see it parked in the lot. So I'm back to thinking again. Didn't get anything done but searching, getting an idea how much it would cost. Is it really worth a slip? I don't know what he did. Tell you the honest, I don't know if he birthed it in a slip down there at the club he belonged to or not. I know he always had to do work, and it did say something about that. If you are a member, you're expected to do certain things around the club as part of your membership, upkeep and stuff. And I do remember him talking about that. So Jen, do you have another one you have to do, or are you going to be waiting for someone to contact you? I know you finished this one. I didn't know if you had another one lined up already, or if you have to wait for somebody to send you an assignment. Here's the rough part for me is now I'm waking up. Now that it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm waking up. Oh, you got to edit it and think about that part. Completely forgot about editing. Just went out of my head. Didn't think about the editing part of it. Duh. Everything has to be edited. Yeah, so of course I'm waking up now. I got that means you have something already lined up, ready to go. It's quick, just over 10K words. That is quick. Did they ever send it back to you and say it's not exactly right, fix something? Now, you didn't miss anything, Greg. I don't have a boat. The character of my story does, and it's based on a real life friend. So that's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to real life my story as much as possible. And I'm trying to think back over what my friend did with his sailboat and doing a lot of research about sailboats. Because I had a problem with most of my beta readers had a problem with, first with the jobs my female character had to work. Said she has to work too, because she doesn't make enough at one, and she has to pay half the expenses. And they have a fancy sailboat and beach house. Expensive. And so I've been trying to figure out a job that would pay the cost, and I'm trying to figure out what the cost would be. So I've been doing a lot of research. That's what I've been doing last week. I haven't been writing. I've been doing all this darn research. I thought I was finally able to move on, and then I don't know if I read something or somebody said something, but I thought, oh crap, I forgot something. And now I'm trying to decide what to do about it. Okay. Jen says, window, I have something. I get paid a little extra if I go over 10K words. Well, that's nice of them to pay you a little more if you go over. Most clients don't. When they do, I'll often charge extra and effectively lose that client. Yeah. Okay. I don't mind some small changes at all, but they're free to rewrite anything they want. Well, yeah, technically theirs. Once it leaves your hands, it's their product. But I was wondering how many of them send it back to you and say, well, this isn't exactly what we were looking for. You certainly don't want to lose a client. I mean, I would think since your whole idea is you would love to be able to become a full-time writer, is you want to build up as many clients as possible so that you have the option to write full-time. I mean, I gather you've been doing it a while and you probably know more. I know there's a couple people on YouTube that talk about their jobs as ghostwriting. And I don't know if they have said anything on there to help you or not. I mean, you've probably been doing this for quite a while. You know most of what you need to know. But if it was possible to actually get enough clients to be able to lose that job or not. I mean, I'm sure it would be scary not having that job as a backup. Oh, here we go with the hiccups again. My ex-husband got a boat after we got divorced. He always wanted one when we were married, but we didn't have the money. And he bought this piece of junk and said, well, we're going to rebuild this into a boat. And that piece of junk sat in our yard on the lake for a long time. And we didn't do nothing with it. Like, we're going to fix this piece of wooden junk into a boat that floats. And thinking to myself, sure we are. Like, we don't have money, and boating's expensive. And, you know, he's like, he wants to make this boat over, he's going to fix it, and then he's going to go, and, you know, boating all the time, he loves to fish, you know, all this stuff. Well, after we got divorced, of course, he got even crazier with money, and he had a girlfriend that had money, whereas I didn't make much money, so, you know, I was the person holding him back from having his boat. So he got a boat, and he found out just exactly how expensive boating is. I don't know if he still has it or not. The kids told me he was talking about selling it. I don't know if he did or he didn't. I only get bits and pieces from the kids. I don't talk to him. I get whatever the kids might tell me. But hopefully I'll get some money from retiring. Yeah. I was just talking to the people that I get a very tiny pension this year. And I was just talking to them the other day. And there's not many pensions nowadays. Most companies don't offer pensions. So I have this little tiny pension that I get this year when I turn 65. So I have to remember to watch my dates because I have to start no later than October 1st, no earlier than, I think it's August 1st. So no earlier than August 1st, no later than October 1st. I have to start the procedure to get my little tiny pension. Your health care would be covered for a little while. I just find something affordable. Yeah, health care is a big issue. I could find enough clients to work all day, every day if I wanted to. So you do have the option to get the clients, so that part is covered. It's just giving up the backup of the job, the benefits, like you said, hopefully getting something, a little retirement. I don't know what your job offers. So few offer pensions nowadays. Some have 401ks. All my stuff, the few 401ks I had all got cashed in. And that little pension is like $126 a month. Not a whole lot. But it might be enough to knock me off my benefits, which really worries me. Because then I'm in big trouble. Because it's not enough to cover those expenses. But it might be enough to knock me off those expenses. So I do have to worry. About that. For now, you want less clients and more money. How do you propose to do that, Jen? Right now, you're turning down a lot of job offers. Oh my gosh. But you want less clients and more money. I don't know how you're going to manage that one. Good luck. I mean, I don't know how much a job like that pays. You do have to think of those little incidentals like health insurance and stuff. Especially as you get older and things start to go wrong. Maybe you'll be lucky and you'll be a healthy 70, 80, 90-year-older. I'm not. And I'm young and I'm full of medical issues. My plan isn't great. They invest an amount into a fund to cover health insurance for as long as the money lasts. After that, I'd be on my own. I pick clients that pay well. That's always a smart move. If they pay more per word, I can work for less people. Yeah, makes sense. Definitely makes sense. I were to end up losing my benefits because of that stupid pension, I'm going to be really angry. And I'm going to be scrambling around trying to figure out how to pay for my medications and stuff if I don't get help anymore. Plenty of health insurance for self-employed. Yeah, I've been on Medicare since 11 years ago. 50. I was, wait a minute. I was disabled 11 years ago, but I got my Medicare 2 years after. So I've been on Medicare for a while. Healthcare is the scariest part of it. Who wants to pay most of their earnings into it? I won't get anything else until I'm 65, right? Yeah, when you're 65, you're eligible for Medicare. And if you have any kind of other paid, any kind of pension or something, depending on how they're set up, if you have any of those kind of things. So you get Social Security. The other thing is you want to make sure you've worked long enough to collect Social Security. I assume you've been working for, well, the normal age is 65. That's when you get Medicare. And it used to be 65 to retire. Now you have a choice. You can retire early at 62, but get a very reduced benefit, or wait until you're, see, you're younger than me. I have to be at least 67 and a half. Well, it doesn't apply to me anymore because I'm disabled. Normal, if I was still working, it'd be 60. I'd have to work to at least 67 and a half to be able to retire with full benefits. So Social Security will kick in your choice. You either you could choose 62 and get less, but then you could use your ghostwriting to cover, the rest of your salary that you need to live on. You would get a partial payment, or you could wait till you're at least 67 and a half. I don't know if there's a new age, if it's 70 and a half now or what, but you have to be older now. It used to be 65, and then they changed things around. So like my daughter's in-laws, the guy that just passed away, they retired at 62. They took early retirement, which is good because they didn't know he was going to pass away so fast. But he got some retirement time in before he passed away. And they retired early at 62. So they got a smaller amount. But if they had waited, they would have gotten more. So you could go to 65. And at 65, you do have to apply for your Medicare. That's everybody has to do at 65 because insurance isn't going to pay for your medical when you can get Medicare. So you would use your insurance from your job to be your secondary, and Medicare would be your primary at 65. You would use Medicare, and then your whatever insurance you had would be the secondary. But to get Social Security, you would have to decide how much you wanted. Did you want to start early, get a much lower amount, wait to 65, you get a little bit more, or wait to the very limit, which I'm 67 and a half. I don't know if it's older for you guys or not. Whether it got to 70 and a half, I'm not sure. But that's the age you can start collecting Social Security. So depending on how much you want, you could start early at 62. And since you do have the option of the romance writing, ghost writing, then you can go ahead and that's the only problem. There's no way of knowing how you're going to be medically. You have no way of knowing. It's a lot of years paying for health insurance. Well, when you get Medicare, they only pay 80%. So you're going to have to pay for an insurance policy. Anyhow, you're going to be paying for an insurance policy to cover the 20% that Medicare does not cover. Unless you can afford to pay 20% of everything. And a hospital stay will wipe you out in no time. So you're going to need another insurance policy. So you're going to have to continue paying for health insurance, even afterwards. And the only thing saving me is I'm so low income, I qualify for state benefits. But if you're not low income enough to qualify for state income, then you buy your insurance yourself. You're moving to Canada. Canada doesn't want us right now. When does 55 kick in? Oh, Social Security. I'm sorry. That looks like 55 Social Security. That kicks in, like I said, 62, 65, or he may have raised it. It was 67.5 if you wanted the full amount. So unless you've got something else to live on, which you do, but like you said, you have to keep being healthy enough to keep freelancing. You're going to have to pay for insurance. So you're going to need that extra money because Medicare will kick in at 65 and pay 80%, and that's it. So like I said, because I'm so low income, I get state coverage, which covers me. But without that state coverage, I'd be in trouble. My medications are astronomical. I couldn't even begin to try to pay for them. And I need them to live. My insulin is like $400. 400? 600. That's like $400 or $600. I'm not sure if that's a month or 3 months. My breathing medicines, one breathing medicine alone is $1,500 every month. $1,500 every month. I don't even make that much every month. Can't possibly pay for a medication. And that's just one of my many breathing medications, which I need to breathe. So, yeah. He's glad he lives in Europe. Yeah, a lot of people say that. Healthcare sucks around here. Maybe I'll move there, Greg. I know there will be money from the parents at some point in a will or whatever, but not sure. You can't guarantee on that. We expected to get something from my dad. Instead, he had a stroke and went into the nursing home, and the state took everything he had to pay for his nursing home stay. It's expensive. So, no, there wasn't going to be a huge inheritance, but now there's going to be no inheritance. When my dad passes away, nothing. Zippo. So, don't put all your hopes in that your parents will be able to give you money, because if something happens to them and they end up in a nursing home, there will be no money. They take every asset they own, and then they have to pay the nursing home. So yeah, you get nothing then. So don't get too excited about the fact that your parents may give you something. I don't know whether they're in good physical shape or not, but you never know when a stroke might hit. My dad was fine one day, and the next day the stroke felled him. Greg said, well, I'm not sure how they would treat you if you have to have no history of pain into the system. You may want to research before you move. I don't think she was seriously talking about moving over there. I don't want them to die even if we're not all that close. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I know it's hard. I had a friend that moved to France, and it was a process. She got married, which they planned to do anyway. I don't want to be that far away from my kid. My parents are very smart about money. They've invested well, and I think they have a lot of it, and they have lawyers. Well, the thing is, if they get an illness of any kind that means living in a facility, whether you pay for it yourself at $10,000 a month, or the state pays for it, they take everything. And the only way around that is your parents would have to now, before they get sick, put everything in your name and whatever siblings you may or may not have. Because anything that's in their name, and if they were to go into a nursing home, it's gone. It will all be used to pay for the nursing home. So if my father had put that house in my name or my sister's name or somebody's name before, and they go back 5 years. So you can't do it, just before, like say they get sick and say, oh no, they're not going to last another couple of years. Let's put the house in our name so we can save it. Doesn't work that way. They go back 5 years, and you have to not be able to, you have to be able to prove that, they didn't give you money. And if they did give you money, what was it for? Because my sister had a fight with them because my dad, she paid for my mom's funeral because my dad didn't have any money at the time. It was tied up in their estate. And so she paid for the funeral. And when he paid her back, they found the check, and she had to scramble and try to figure out some way of proving that that money that he gave her, that he didn't just give it to her, that he was paying her back for something that she did. And that's the way it works. So you have to be really careful. Your mom already lives in a fancy apartment complex for seniors now. Like I said, that's great if she doesn't get into an illness that's going to take all the money. But if they do, all right, she was in an apartment complex. She can't give it to you. It's an apartment. So she doesn't have that as an asset. And they take all the assets. So they took his house. They took his car. Every bit of money that was in his accounts had to pay the nursing home until he ran out. And then the state took over and they started paying for it. So there is no inheritance in our case. And in your case would be the same sort of situation, unless they just died and didn't go into a home kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Depending on how they die. I'm not excited about it because they'll be gone. That'll be sad. Yes. I just hear that they're setting things up. They have for years. My mom and sister have it all worked out. I stay out of it. Well, hopefully things are not in their, whatever's in their name. I'm not gonna, if they go into a home, if it's a situation like my dad with the stroke and he couldn't care for himself, we couldn't care for him, he needed 24-hour nursing, everything's gone. Now, if he had put the house in our name before the 5 years, then they couldn't count it as income because it wasn't in his name. But he was too proud. It was his house. He wanted it in his name. So the house went to the state to pay for them paying for him to stay in the nursing home. And it's not a fancy nursing home because he doesn't have a lot of money. He's now, and the state's paying for it. So you know it isn't fancy. When your granddad died years ago, they told us they had everything set up. I thought it was creepy. Well, it is kind of creepy, but it's kind of smart. But that's good. Counting on anything but your hard work. That way you'd be pleasantly surprised if you get something. I wouldn't, yeah, you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket hoping that, if they have a heart attack and die, okay, fine. Everything will just go to you guys. But if they end up having something happen like a stroke and they have to go to a home, and those things are expensive, $10,000 a month for a crappy place. That's not even a fancy place. And they end up running out of money, and then the state ends up paying for it. Then there's no money. They make you sell your house if you have one, a car, anything you own, any assets, collections of anything. Like you have, a stamp collection that's worth a lot of money, or collect paintings, or all that stuff has to be sold. And the state takes the funds. And it's like my brother's probably thinking, oh, when dad goes, I'm probably going to get an inheritance. Well, surprise, there isn't going to be no inheritance. There isn't going to be. I have worked since I was 16 and will continue to do so. My granddad always stayed in nice nursing homes. He was lucky. Yeah, see, if you can afford it, that's great. But unfortunately, my dad was not in that situation. So he had to go into a state-funded nursing home. And it's hard to find them because there aren't a lot. And they're not the best places in the world. They're not nice and fancy and all that. This one was one of the better ones we found. And I had to stay there. That's the time during the rehab I was in there. I thought if dad's staying in here, I could certainly stay here. Oh my God, it was awful. And that's what I got to look forward to because I'm in the same situation. I have no funds. State will be paying for me to stay in a nursing home. So there won't be anything fancy for me either. If I'm lucky, I'll die in my sleep and it won't matter. I won't have to go. He's mad because he's been there 3.5 years and he hates it. He's still got enough of his brains to know that he hates it there and that he hates my sister for putting him there. Because he blames her for the whole thing. He had money as well, which my mom got. Well, see, that's nice. But it doesn't always happen that way. So if your mom was to go into a nursing home and then, used up all the funds to pay for this fancy nursing home that she goes to, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh my gosh, you got to downgrade to a state-run facility because you used up all the funds that you had available to you. I know there's loopholes. You said they had lawyers, and it's possible their lawyers got some loopholes that I wouldn't know about. So he had money as well, which my mom got. That's good. If I worked full-time writing, I could also write my own stuff. Yep, you can. Your mom's not in great health. Well, after what I just went through, I would rather just die in my sleep. My father is unhappy. He's in a situation he can't control. and we can't help them. We don't have money. So, it's not like we can say, okay, Dad, we're going to pay for this fancy place for you to stay. It's not happening. It's just not happening. And I'm sorry, and I already know what's coming. I already know what's coming. And my kids are already pushing me to go into a nursing home now. They don't like me being here alone. Too many things have happened and been alone, and, too many things can happen. And they don't want me to be alone. And, they're pushing for me now to be in the nursing home. I said, I am only 64. If I lived another 20 years and I had to live in that friggin' nursing home with nothing but a TV to keep me company, the same damn shows every day, I'd go nuts. Couldn't have my computer or anything. It's not like you can lock things up. So, if it was a place with lock and key, you could get a laptop and a cell phone, and, they could be locked up or something. But there's nothing like that in that place. If I took anything in there, I would be subject to it being ripped off. They were constantly stealing his phone. He wants his Chromebook. You are not allowed a computer in a nursing home. I won't say not allowed and just say it's not going to be locked up. And no, there's not a lot of room, so it would have to be a laptop or a Chromebook. That would be all you could have. And it wouldn't be locked up. So it would be forever at the mercy of the other people in there stealing it. So it's not that you're not allowed to have one. And he keeps asking for his, but he can't remember his password. He doesn't even know how to get in the darn thing. There's a nursing home next to my mom's apartment complex that she'd like to go to. That's cool. I have a friend that's coaching me on publishing right now. It's a huge help. That's good. Yeah, so you can do your own books and stuff. Assisted living apartment complexes, yes, they cost a lot of money. My coverage will only cover the medical part, so I would have to provide, I and my family, and none of us have money, would have to provide the housing part. So the apartment, we would have to provide. The, rent for the apartment or the room. A lot of times they charge you assisted living. You live in the same 2-room little space like you do in a nursing home. And you pay a lot of money for that assisted living. And it's just a nursing home in disguise. And they only pay the medical part of it. So assisted living's out of the question. It'd be a great idea if I had the money, but I don't. I don't have it. Can't afford it. My family can't afford it. So that's what I get to look forward to. So much fun. Yeah, I don't know about where you are, Greg, what you guys have over there. Our nursing homes are not very large, and they have 2 beds in them, 2 chests or cabinets for clothes, a table for your telephone, and, bedside with a book or something on it. That's the extent, and you 2 people share the room, and all you get is a curtain between you. That's the nursing home. There are no locks. You have to buy a TV. You have to buy a telephone if you want it. They don't provide it. They'll provide the hookup. They won't provide the TV. They won't provide the phone. You have to bring your own in. And like I said, nothing's locked up, so people just walk off with whatever they want to. We were forever looking for his phone. God, the U.S. sucks. You just figuring that out now, girl? Yes, the U.S. sucks. Big time. But we're the land of the free. Oh, God. I'm tired of hearing that, too. I get that from my aide. She's from Bulgaria. I can do whatever I want. I'm in the free country now. I'm like, Christina, it doesn't work that way. Doesn't mean you can do whatever the hell you want to do. There are laws. She can't seem to get that to her head. All she knows is she lives in the USA and it's free. She can't get it. My friend who's in her 80s, they went and purchased, it's expensive, but you can purchase insurance for assisted care living and, nursing home care for when you need it. They paid a lot of money for that insurance, but when the time comes, unless of course they just die, if the time comes, they have this insurance that they've been paying forever. And it's a very expensive insurance policy. Okay. See you in a bit. So yeah, unfortunately, the U.S. does really suck. I need to get some work done. I'm going to go ahead and set the timer. I'm not sure if you're going to do anything or if you're leaving. She may or may not come back. As I've learned, I don't get myself too used to the fact that she's going to be back. She has a bad habit of falling asleep. She'll promise me she's coming back. All right, you might be gone soon. All right, well, I'm gonna set the timer. I'm gonna say goodbye in case you leave before the timer's done. I don't blame you. Are they open already? Oh, I guess it's later than I think, isn't it? Yeah. it's later. It's later than I realized. I'm thinking you're 5 hours ahead. Yeah. Breakfast is red. It's breakfast time there. All right. Goodbye. 7:28. Okay. All right. Well, see you sometime soon, hopefully. I'm going to put the timer on in case she does come back. She'll come back soon, and I'll just do my thing and not worry about it. But for now, I'll put the timer on in case she does come back or somebody else shows up on me. Have a great night. Thanks for coming.
novel. Unfortunately, no one knows what they are. A clever quote, something that many writers like to repeat. Artists don't like rules. They don't want to think that they are restricted in any way. They want to be free. For that reason, I don't talk in terms of rules, but I do talk in terms of fundamentals. Fundamentals are those things that work every time. And once you master those, you're free to improvise off them, to try different things. But if you're ever at a loss as to why something isn't working in your fiction, or how to make something work better, the fundamentals will always be there for you. Just as a jazz pianist must first learn the basic scales and go through the discipline of drills, and just as a brain surgeon endures years of study and interning and practicing before he begins to cut people open, so too the best-selling writer learns what works first and then can make an informed decision about whether to stray. Alice K. Turner, for many years the highly respected fiction editor for Playboy magazine, yes, some people did read it for the stories, said, if you're good enough, like Picasso, you can put noses and breasts wherever you like. But first you have to know where they belong. Now, the kind of fiction I write and love to read, and in fact, the kind that has always sold best in the marketplace, is called commercial fiction. That simply means it is written and published in the hopes of capturing the widest reading audience possible. The writers of commercial fiction and their publishers want to make money because publishing is a business that requires a profit to keep going, and a writer has to pay the bills. Commercial fiction is often distinguished from so-called literary fiction. What's the difference? Was that I could not do what he did, or what some of the more talented people in the class were doing. Carver didn't teach. He listened and critiqued and said, do this better or do that better. The other students would also chip in. But the vibe I got, and even heard this specifically from some people, was this. Being a fiction writer is not something you can learn. You either have it or you don't. And certainly you can't learn to write fiction from taking a course or reading books on the craft of writing. Well, I obviously didn't have what it took. And I believed that for about 10 years. With that span of time, I hung up my writing dreams and got married, went to law school. I was a lawyer with a family now, and one day my wife and I went to the movies, a double feature. The second movie was one I didn't know much about. But when I saw it, I got swept up in the story. The great characters, the fantastic dialogue, the whole thing. It was Moonstruck, starring Cher and Nicolas Cage. When I came out, I told my wife, I have got to try writing again. I want to make people feel the way I'm feeling now.